Thomason. President Trump on his way to Turkey to join other NATO leaders at their annual summit.
This summit comes as NATO faces perhaps the most serious challenges in its 77-year-long history. One of the most urgent is how to keep the U.S. president on board. Donald Trump has threatened unspecified consequences for those countries that fail to meet their targets for spending on defense, namely 3% by the year 2030.
And that's BBC's Frank Gardner. If it's not the Iranians, it's their proxies stirring up more trouble in the Strait of Hormuz. A tanker traveling off the coast of Oman caught fire after being struck by a projectile. Iranian state TV says a liquefied natural gas tanker was attacked after ignoring warnings. A preliminary hearing for accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson will continue today. Yesterday, a former campus police officer testified that he found an apparent sniper pad on a gravel rooftop near where the young conservative leader was fatally shot. Calls growing within his own party for Democrat Graham Plattner to drop out of the U.S. Senate race in Maine. On top of all of the other allegations now, a woman accuses Plattner of sexual assault. Republican Senator Tom Cotton on the Democrat calls for Plattner to bow out.
His chief sin at this point is not those views or his misconduct or new allegations. His chief sin in the eyes of the Democrats is that he's losing to Susan Collins. Yep. And they're afraid that it's only going to get worse.
Cotton speaking with the Salem Radio Network while denying the accusations. Plattner says he is reflecting on the best path forward. There will be no World Cup title for the U.S. The Americans fell to Belgium 4-1. Stock futures mixed this morning on Wall Street. The Dow futures down 118 points, or up 118. NASDAQ futures down 305. Townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
As its ancient power grid continues to crumble, Cuba has suffered another island-wide blackout. Cuba's communist overlords once again blaming the United States.
Fuel reserves have been dwindling since President Trump threatened tariffs on any country that provides oil to the island. A delivery by a Russian tanker back in March ran out by the end of April. As for health care, Mario Cruz with the World Health Organization says over 100,000 surgeries have been postponed, including those for pediatric patients. Like many Cubans, 33-year-old Mario Pedroso was resigned about the total blackout. Oil hasn't come in here for a while, he says, and we have no way to solve the problem. We have to resist, as we Cubans say. That's all. I'm Jennifer King.
Explosions rocked Damascus shortly after French President Macron entered the presidential palace to meet with his Syrian counterpart. The blasts injured at least 4 people. Macron was not hurt. News and analysis, townhall.com. 4,800 people losing their jobs at Microsoft, and that includes many in its Xbox division.
The layoffs represent about 2.1% of Microsoft's global workforce. They include 1,600 Xbox workers, with more expected this year. The move is part of a broader reorganization to reset Xbox amid increased competition. Xbox CEO Asha Sharma, who took over earlier this year, said the business is not healthy. She noted that Xbox is operating at margins significantly lower than its competitors. Bob Agnew reporting.
The premiers of Alberta and Ontario have proposed a pipeline to carry Western Canadian oil to the country's east as Canada seeks new markets. Alberta's premier says the proposed pipeline would run from Hardisty, Alberta to Sarnia, Ontario, carrying up to 500,000 barrels of oil a day, and there is a potential for up to 800,000 barrels of crude. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code Godzilla for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has not only managed their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Happy Tuesday morning, listening family. This is Tuesday, right? I'm already losing track of the days of the week this week. You're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobb. Good time for a look at weather and sports, among other things now. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be 85 degrees, looking at uncomfortably humid temperatures and storms. So goody. Low tonight of 72, still possible storms, very humid. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 71 degrees. Moving on to D.C., going to look at a high of 84 this afternoon with showers, a low tonight of 71 and humid. Right now, the temperature in the nation's capital, 73 degrees and drizzling. Nats won over JF's Astros. Sorry, JF. But the game must have been entertaining. 12-11 was the final score. In Atlanta, a high today of 93. Going to be very humid, possible storms. Low tonight of 74, possible storms, still humid. And right now the temperature in Georgia, 73 degrees. The Mets outlasted the Braves yesterday, 7-6. Team travels to the Steel City for a series against my Bucks beginning at 6:40 tonight. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 89. Keeping up with the trend here, humid and possible storms. A low tonight of 70, still possible storms. Right now the temperature, Middle Tennessee, 73 degrees. Well, Philadelphia wasn't the best day at the office for the Phillies yesterday. They fell 15-1 to the Royals. Yikes. Phils head to Cincinnati for a series against the Reds beginning tonight at 7:10 p.m. In the meantime, in the city of brotherly love, a high of 78 degrees with passing showers. A low tonight of 67. Right now the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania, 69 degrees, also drizzling like it is in Washington. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 83. Humid, storms, you guessed it. Low tonight of 69, and you still guessed it, humid. Right now the temperature in By God, West Virginia, 71 degrees. And last but not least, my Yinzers, high today in the 412 of 86 with storms. A low tonight in Pittsburgh of 70 and humid. Right now the temperature is also 70 degrees. Again, reminder, Braves Bucks at 6:40 p.m. tonight. Belgium, good at things beyond making waffles. U.S. falls to the country at the World Cup 4-1. Whew. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. We're back this week. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a word to the wise, folks. On account of America 250, we've heard more about the concept of rights lately than usual, including here on the John Fredericks Media Network, courtesy of the Dan Hobgood Report. Most folks out there proclaim that the source of rights is either a god or government. I don't know how we would ever prove the former, but regardless, if the basis of certain sway is the decree of rulers of some kind or another, those allowances hardly qualify as rights. More like privileges, no? The truth is that rights don't come from social or supernatural construct. Instead, rights result from man's inherent earthly nature and needs. Imagine, if you will, that you were like Tom Hanks in the movie Castaway, stranded on a desert island all by yourself. That circumstance would mostly be terrible, but on the plus side, you no longer would have to worry about two predicaments. Anybody else doing anything to you against your will, or anybody else taking anything from you either. You, along with the product of your efforts, would be safe from the trespasses of other people. Objectively, the purpose of invoking rights in society is so as to sanctify an individual's personal latitude, so that he doesn't have to go to a desert island in order to get that much. I'll talk more about the nature of rights tomorrow and the next day, but in the meantime, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
Axios last week covered how the recent Democrat socialist election victories show young Democrats embrace socialism and how Republicans are, quote, trying to reintroduce a national fear of godless communists ahead of the critical midterms. An unnamed DSA spokesperson told them, quote, any attempt to smear us as extremists falls flat when so many Americans are struggling with the rising costs of housing, homelessness, unaffordable health care, and underfunded schools, close quote. And that we haven't figured out what kids think socialism or communism is exactly, as they don't stigmatize those terms like we elders do. Okay, so they need a tutorial. Well, how's that going to go over these days?
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, anyone, passed the Anyone?
Reading the issue like an official government proclamation, we can all agree on the whereases. We know our problems. It's the therefore be it resolved part that is the issue. Does the government solve homelessness, unaffordable health care, bad schools, and expensive housing by taking away everyone's earnings and managing everything for everybody except the ruling elite? Or did the government cause homelessness, unaffordable health care, bad schools, and expensive housing by taking away everyone's earnings and managing everything for everybody except the ruling elite? Thinking outside the box? Maybe the simpler lesson instead is to teach that there will always be a ruling elite, and only in America, the way it is now, can you choose to be a part of it if you want. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your host, John Fredericks, and it is Tuesday, July 7th. Well, we got through Monday. Great to have you with us. The U.S. team took it on the chin last night, dropping 4-1 in Belgium. You know, one Democrat actually was upset that our star player didn't get the red card and blamed Trump for that. So you see, the Democrats even wanted the U.S. team to lose. They just hate America. I mean, this guy was unbelievable. He basically said that that he was embarrassed that FIFA had bowed to the pressure of President Trump. No, FIFA, whatever you want to call it, FIFA, let's call it FIFA. They made a good decision. I mean, that game, look, Belgium beat them. It wasn't even close. They were just a better team, but they beat us the right way. And whether Trump had any influence on it is not as irrelevant. But this is what the Democrats do. They hate America. They hate you. They hate Christians. They hate Catholics. They hate everything about us. And they just want us to lose. They want Iran to win. Look, if the Chinese invaded California and moved all the way to Denver, I'm telling you, half of the Democratic Party would be greeting them with red China flags and collaborating with them and saying, you know, this is probably the best thing to happen to us, that we can live under their great grand communist rule. And you know what? We deserved it. That's what they'd be saying. How about this guy, Graham Plattner? What a dirtbag. You know who comes out smelling like a rose on this? John Fetterman. Has no chance to get reelected. Can't win in Pennsylvania. Can't get the Democratic nomination. Can't do any of this. But the loyalty to Plattner was incredible. I mean, it was just the Democrats, they stand for absolutely nothing except their own power. And you saw it with Plattner, and now they're just blowing it off like, oh, well, you know, this is like a bridge too far. See ya. They all went there, Ro Khanna, Hakeem Jeffries, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they all went there and basically powder puffed the guy. They all went there. He was greatest. You know, these were all allegations. What happened to the Me Too movement? What happened to that? That just go away because they wanted to win Maine? What happened to that? I mean, you have a vacuous, soulless party that stands for nothing but power. I don't know when people are going to wake up here and smell the coffee with these people. They're so decrepit, and all they want to do is win, and they don't care who it is. I mean, this guy, like Fetterman says, was a dirtbag from day one. A dirtbag. I mean, forget the fact that guy's just a hound dog, right? I mean, that's one thing. But I mean and I don't really get into this, folks, but some kind of a chat that this guy was in, or a app or something, which is like to abuse people. Whoever heard of this? I mean, you knew that finally, somebody was going to come out and say the guy raped me, which is basically what the allegation was. Now, he denied it, but it's like 1 of 50 or something. It's just too many. But the bottom line is the guy's a piece of crap. And the Democrats that just fawned over him, and the women Democrats, Gillibrand and Warren, just fawned over the guy. AOC, all of them. Unbelievable. And now he's reevaluating his campaign. And he's got a video up. I'm not going to play it. He denies the allegations. And then, even worse than any of it, is the woman who had the first set of allegations of sexual assault in the New York Times was totally dismissed because she was a Republican. So let me get this straight. If you're alleging sexual assault or rape, if you will, or attempted rape, I'm not familiar with this, all the details of the story, but the first accuser attempted this dirtbag Plattner of some pretty bad things. Let's call it sexual assault. It was blown off by the left because they found out she was a Republican. So let me see. If you sexually assault a Trump woman, you get a pass. But if you sexually assault a liberal, now you're out of the race. Is that the way this works now? Is that the country now we've evolved to with the Democrats? Is that where we are now? Because that's that. If you want the buried headline in this, that was the buried headline. The first woman got blown off by the entire left-wing intelligentsia, by the entire fake news media. They blew her off because they found out she voted for Trump and was a Republican. Therefore, her accusations were not valid, or they were dismissed, or they were tossed to the side. But the second lady, who said she agreed with his politics, and it was one of the reasons she didn't want to come forward, she's all of a sudden the one that's real. Accept the world the left has created for us. Accept it. Because this is just the pure reality of this. Now, I always thought Susan Collins was going to win. I think she's going to win now. They have until July 15th, which is 8 days to remove this guy. They can't remove him. If he decides to stay in, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. He's on the ballot. If he withdraws, the Democrat establishment there in Maine has the ability to put another name on a ticket, like likely Janet Mills, who will lose. And she has no enthusiasm. She couldn't even stay competitive with Plattner in the primary. That's why she dropped out. So she's a loser. The former governor is going to get beat. Collins is going to win this seat. Then you got this guy in Michigan, Al-Said, whatever his name is. This is another radical jihadist, communist Muslim who is going to win the Democrat primary in Michigan because the only moderate, the other progressive dropped out. So now it's him and some moderate, which he will win. And then he's going to go up against Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is going to flip that seat. I mean, the unraveling of the Democrat, jihadist, communist left, let's call it what it is. The majority of their candidates are foreigners now. They're foreigners. They're Muslim, left-wing, communist foreigners. Bannon yesterday called it the jihadist, the socialist jihadist. I'm going to call it the communist jihadists because there is no socialists. They're communists. And they're a threat. And they're winning in a lot of these places. And we're going to be seating communists that hate America, that want our soccer team to lose because Trump's president. Can you imagine that? Rooting against our soccer team, rooting against America because of who's president, rooting against our effort in the war, rooting for Iran because Trump is president. This country is so divided. We're never getting it back. The only way we survive, and I don't agree with Bannon on the aftermath. I don't agree with him. I agree with his analysis of the situation 100%. I'm going to get him on hopefully every Monday till his staff stops. His staff hates my guts, so they'll eventually step in and stop it. Nice young people. So that's all I can say. All young, all nice, have really no clue, but nice enough people, I guess. But they'll stop in and stop it. Other than that, until they find out, Bannon will be on at 8. But his analysis was spot on. They're taking over the cities, and you can't govern. You can't have a country where every major city is run by a communist jihadist, and you don't pay attention to federal law. You have no country. And eventually that implodes. I agree with the analysis. I don't agree with the aftermath of armed conflict, anything of that nature. I simply think we defeat them the right way. And it starts in November. The number of women that were voting for Plattner in Maine should be a jolt to you. Women, he was carrying women in Maine 2-1. While there were allegations of abuse, physical abuse, beating them up, sexual assault, apps that he was on, he was carrying women 2-1. So let's see, you can, I'm Me Too, but you can beat up my friends, slap them around, assault them sexually, but it's okay if you're a crazed communist leftist. Then it's okay. I don't know what the message is. I don't know where they're going. Now the whole Me Too thing becomes, I don't know, what was that? I thought these were the defenders of women. Look at the last two candidates they had drop out. The guy running for governor in California, what was his name? Put in the chat, Dan. I just forgot. This is how quickly we forget. Soul or something. That guy, beating up women, raping women allegedly, sexually assaulting allegedly. It's incredible. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Anything, ever. The whole Plattner thing. Let's get the Fetterman on Plattner, because Fetterman was right. I mean, Fetterman deserves a gold star. Look, I don't know what Fetterman's going to do. He can't be the Democrat nominee. They're going to beat him. He'll get beat 70-30, so that's out. He can't run as a Republican because he votes with the libtards 85% of the time. So, we're not going to have him on our ticket. We're going to nominate a Republican who can win. I hope he runs as an independent, splits the vote, we win. All right, let's get to on John Fetterman, who was absolutely right. Yeah, that's 8 Fetterman on Plattner. Take a listen.
Your party was willing, your party leaders, not you, was willing to look past all these other allegations against him, from the other woman who said he grabbed her, to the tattoo, the Nazi tattoo, to all the other Reddit posts that had been dug up. So they were willing to overlook all of that because he was their star.
Yeah, I mean, I refuse to overlook that, but honestly, I would really call Bernie Sanders to apologize for pushing this kind of predator more than anyone he helped him elect, and now apologize to the victims, especially the woman that she claimed that he raped her. So I don't know why you want to keep pushing these kinds of people. Maybe he should consider set a few out and stop pushing these kind of communists and people. And now people, you know, like P. Hustle now, he has been credibly accused of rape. And that's fairly recent, too. That was only less than 5 years ago.
More Fetterman, cut 9 on the Dem loyalty to Plattner.
So regardless, now when the entire Democratic Party in Maine has called him to leave, and now also, as far as I know, whether it's Schumer, Gillibrand, and other leadership in the DS and other people have all called him, had to go. He's a dead man walking. I don't know why he's trying to pretend that he's not done too. Even those Pod Save America people that pushed that dirtbag, you know, and they dismissed those things in the New York Times article. Maybe they ought to apologize to the women that clearly they didn't believe or they dismissed that. I know Democrats that have, you know, back to back endorsed and got all in on Swalwell, and were on the Plattner train as well too. So maybe stop, you know, getting on bed with absolute dirtbags, someone like Plattner.
Word from our sponsors, John Fredericks Media Network. I will be right back. Stay with us.
On the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Salty. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Salty almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Sol-T. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Sol-T, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
We're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work our off till we ain't close anymore. And it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet. Because we're saying could have and they ain't.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, got him back. John Fredericks Media Network. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN. Little Horse today was at the ball game last night, lost. 888-480-5646. This Fetterman, the guy, it was spot on. I'm going to get the Scott Jennings on Plattner here, because we really can't let this thing go. I mean, this to me is just, we need to call every single Democrat out that went campaign for this piece of crap. This guy was a piece of crap from day one. And look, I don't care who you're voting for. Okay, and don't be telling me about Trump. It had nothing to do with Trump. Okay, so stop your nonsense. Okay, you guys backed what is now an alleged rapist. Okay? A serial alleged rapist. You guys backed him. And you went up there and you snoveled over him. Okay, you defended him. And the person who came out against him in the New York Times, you dismissed her because she was a Trump voter. You are sick people. And I'm talking to the Democrats. You're sick. And yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry for what you did to the other woman. In fact, the New York Times' headline yesterday, when all this came out, everybody else was like, here's what happened. Times headline, Plattner flatly denies allegations. What, every single thing is like a denial? I mean, she had details, she had texts, she had meetings with a counselor, she had told her girlfriends. I mean, this thing was in depth. I mean, Politico did this story, good for them. But you're dealing with just unhinged part. It is jihadist. Bannon's right. It's jihadist communist party. They want the takedown of the country. They want the country to collapse and fail. They wanted the soccer team to lose. It's unbelievable. how far this Democrat Party has sunk into hatred of anything that's good about America, down to supporting an alleged serial sexual abuser. Alleged. They all ran up there. Bernie said, yeah, Fetterman, where's his apology? You old piece of crap. Where's your apology? What about Warren? Why don't you get your skinny ass up there and apologize to the people of Maine? Apologize to America. No, never happened. They'll find the next dirtbag jihadist communist for them to back again. As long as they can get power, they don't care. They don't care who it is. All right, let's get to Scott Jennings 10. Take a look.
If Plattner does decide to step aside, do you think the Maine Democratic Party will be able to nominate someone new without alienating former Plattner supporters? How do you see it?
Well, that's a great question, because it's something that Alyssa said. I agree, by the way, with everything Alyssa said. She raised all the correct issues and said this is what they had signed on to. The only thing I disagree with is when she said that he hadn't been vetted. No, he had been vetted. All of the things that have been stated, it was all out in the public. And people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tim Walz, the Bulwark, Pod Save America, all these people came together to overlook it all, to explain it all, to rationalize it all. He was vetted. People knew all these things. And a whole bunch of Democrats in Maine showed up and voted for him anyway. And a bunch of donors from around the country sent him money anyway. I agree with Alyssa's question. What changed? Why are you bailing on Graham Plattner now? You already signed off on Nazi tattoo, a self-described communist, somebody who's had rape fantasies, somebody who has been on a social media platform known as a playground for predators, and on and on and on and on and on. And the difference between this accuser and the previous one is simply this. She's a liberal. It's okay, I guess, for Democrats that their candidates assault conservatives. But he broke into someone's house and apparently, according to her, raped her. And because her politics are correct, they can now believe it. All of this whole thing is disgusting. But to say that they hadn't vetted him or that they didn't know about all this is totally false. They knew it and they signed up for it. And I don't know why they're backing away from this scumbag today when they had already signed off on all that other crazy behavior.
Christine, what?
Scott Jennings said exactly what I said. And here's the bottom line. Why are they backing away now? And it gets down to the buried headline. The first person who accused him was a Trump voter. Therefore, she's dismissed. It's okay. Let's stop the nonsense, okay? Here's the message. And I'm talking to Taurus, my Democrat friend, and others. Here's the message you're sending. And you can tell me about Trump or whatever. Here's the message you sent. It's okay to rape and assault a Trump voting woman. But if you do it to a liberal, then it's bad. The Trump voting woman had it coming. That's the message of the Democrat Communist Jihadist Party. Let's boil this down. The Trump woman had it coming. That is the message the Democratic Socialist Communist Party is telling America. Everything was fine until the accuser is a liberal. Then they all abandon her. And to Jennings' point, you did vet her. What's the problem? You vet him. What's the problem? Why are you abandoning him now? What changed? What changed? That's really the question here. What changed? What changed is the accuser is a Democrat and not a Trump voter. So the message from the Democrat Party to women in America is clear. If you are a woman and you were sexually assaulted or raped and you're a Trump voter, you had it coming. That's their message. Frame it. Have the balls to frame that message. Because that's the way I'm framing it. You had it coming. Liberal? Oh, no, now we got to abandon him. Oh, my God, now we can't stay here. Why? Like Jennings and Fetterman said, he was on these dirtbag apps, playground for predators. These allegations were just, they were daily. Guy's a complete piece of crap. But they all fawned over him to get power. The hypocrisy of these people is beyond the pale. They did the same thing with Swalwell until he dropped out. Second one now in a row. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Adrian in Richmond. You're live. Adrian, good to hear from you.
Hey, buddy. For someone who's hoarse, you're going at it, buddy. Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Look, man, I'm going to let you continue on this rant. I'm going to pivot real second. This weekend, hope you had a 4th of July, good 4th of July.
Yes.
Gentleman from England came over here. We're at a barbecue. So on a salt, he kept telling me that we were bloody crazy for thinking that we're going to be able to fight these jihadist communists, as you call them. And I thank you for calling it what it is. I asked you that last week to just call them communists. If you want to add jihadist communists, that's fine as well. But this older gentleman, he said that they have towns and cities such that are mayors of these towns that don't even speak English in England and Great Britain. They have to have translators to use to, put out their information and such. And he laughed at me, and jokingly, he didn't mean any harm. He just chuckled at us, at all of us, pretty much. He was talking to me directly and said, these guys make rules up and laws up where you never can get them out. He goes, you're not going to get them out. He goes, you're stronger. And I just kind of laughed, and I said, we're stronger is what I would say. I laughed. I said, we're stronger. We won't let it happen. He goes, you're not getting them out. He goes, people want to live like that. That's what they believe in. And, it just goes to show that, that this is going to be a tough fight. This is going to be a really big battle, and you got to hear it from them. Towns have been turned into mosques. Massive mosques that it's just, there's no looking back. And I felt bad for him for a little bit, kind of such. But, hey, you let it happen. And I'm just saying keep your foot on the pedal, John, because you're right on this. You're right on this other stuff as well. The underlying headline, you nailed it again, as always. I appreciate the time. Keep your foot on the gas. Oh, one last thing. Like you said, you got to call your friends out. If they're Democratic, where do they stand on this? Like, where do they really stand on this? It's time to start calling them out, because that's the only way we're going to win this battle. If those guys start really calling their own party out, start realizing that they've gone off the cliff, and we got to get back in line. But that's they're going to have to do that. Just like we took over the party, they're going to have to figure out how to fix this party. If not, they're the enemy. Because if they're siding with this,
it is fixed, Adrian. To them, it is fixed. This is what they believe. This is the whole point of this. They don't have anything to fix. The question here is, why now? The only reason they abandon him now is because the polls showed him tanking. Otherwise, they'd still be with him. There's nothing for them to fix. This is what they believe. They don't care who you allegedly raped. They don't care. If you raped a Trump voter, she had it coming. That is what they're telling every American woman today. Every one of them, including my wife. You had it coming. Liberal, got to get out of the race. Trump voter, you deserve it. That's their message, dude. They can't get away from it. Nobody's got the balls to say this now but me. The New York Times basically protected him because the allegation the first one came from a Trump voter. So if you voted for Trump and you're raped, you earned it. You deserved it. You had it coming. That's their message. And it's sick. These are sick people. But hey, he was getting 65% of the female vote in Maine. An incredible number. They blew off the first allegation. Well, it's a Trump voter. Well, she's a Republican. Well, she had it coming. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know what? The fake news will. When was the last time you heard about Eric Swalwell, Adrian? When was the last time?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, you're right. Let me ask you a quick question. What if this guy stays in the race? Let's say he does. I don't think he is, but let's say he does, and he gets 30, 40% of the vote still. How sick is that going to be? Like, it makes my stomach turn just thinking that there's people out there, and there is. And I kind of hope it does happen so people can wake up and see it doesn't matter what they do. They just want us out, and they want power, just like you've been calling it since day one. I love it, man. I love that you've been right, and I love it because people talk crap and say this and say that, and you just call it how it is. And guess what? You're on top, buddy. Don't worry about it. Have a good morning, man. I appreciate it. Y'all take it easy.
Before you go, we invited you to an event. Did you get my invite?
Already hung up there, Jeff.
Oh.
He was quick on the trigger.
I'll text him again. Okay. Unbelievable. I mean, this is just the bottom line here. We got to have the balls to call this out. As far as what Adrian said, I believe he'll stay in the race, and I don't think he'll get 35 or 40%. I think it'll be 45%. I think it'll be a competitive race. The Democrats don't care. Swalwell would have won too. They don't care. As long as you can hate on Trump. I guess they're happy now that the U.S. soccer team got basically manhandled by Belgium. They were if they played Belgium 10 times, Belgium beat them 10 times. Okay, they were that much better. But we were all rooting like hell. Half the Democrats were rooting for the other team, for Belgium. Why? Because Trump's president. You just shake your head. You shake your head. But hey, that's why we got to fight. Power. Let me just frame this in your mind. Okay? Just frame it. Democrat, communist, jihadist. That's what you're fighting. They want Sharia law. They want a Muslim community. That's what they want. They had a march in Manassas, 350 people, on July 2nd. Not one American flag. Not one. They had their own flags. Don't you see what's going on? They had their own flags. They don't want to assimilate. They want to take over. Like Adrian said, you got mayors in England who don't speak English. They keep winning. There's no country when this happens. That Bannon was right. And he should come out every week at 8 till his, gang of 25-year-olds in there figure it out. Whatever he's got. Nice young people, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm just 68 years old, okay? So I have no tolerance for nonsense for young people that have acne, okay? No patience. When you're old enough to shave, call me. 888-480-JOHN. Let's get to Kevin McCarthy on Plattner's situation. Cut 5.
These people would not be winning in that party.
All right, so they managed to take him out, let's just say, in the next day or two. Then they replace him They rigged
with
their own
someone
primary.
with no primary, no choice. It sounds a lot like Biden, right? So they're going to pivot and go to Kamala Harris? Because I think had they had a primary, Kamala Harris would not have won. So the person they select now probably wouldn't be able to win a primary, and it gives the people in Maine a very short amount of time to really learn who they are.
And does that do Maine voters hold the party responsible for that going forward between now and the election?
I think it's too early to tell. They should, but you just listen to the individual here that terrible what's happened to her. Her own friends knew and would still vote for him because they just want to win.
That is a true mind virus right there.
That's a sad place. Look, we're celebrating 250 years.
Yeah.
The one thing I know about Republicans, when we had a very bad candidate and found out, we didn't vote for that person. Right. We walked away.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. When Matt Gaetz came forward, we got rid of him.
Yeah. Kevin McCarthy, as always, great to see you. Thank you.
You know what? Shut up. Shut up. McCarthy's part of the problem. Okay, and when we had Republican candidates, we didn't vote for them. These guys don't get it. They don't get the war we're in. They don't get anything. They don't get crap. Let's get to Abby Phillip. This is cut 2. Interesting. There's another Democrat on their loyalty to Plattner. Cut 2. Take a look.
Drag because she happened to be a conservative.
Yes, and I think that so yes, you're right about that. And it's been interesting to see some of those people who dragged this woman who was in the Lindsay Fiffield, who was in the New York Times story. They called it uncorroborated claims. Another person basically said that she was essentially a plant of the Republican Party. And now those people have changed their tune. But I also think, is there an apology that needs to be had here? Yes. And some soul searching that needs to be had here? Is it enough to just say, well, this woman, I didn't believe the last one. And Lindsay Fiffield pointed out to Ruben Gallego, mine weren't sufficiently troubling or serious for you. After that first allegation, it is fair to ask, what's up with people who have to look at the partisan identification next to your name before they decide whether or not they're going to listen to you?
The believability of someone's, serious allegations should not live and die based on if they've worked for a right-wing think tank.
Well, but I think there's, to your point, that it should not be based off of.
That's the buried headline. This person, the first person who came forward, who was dismissed, actually mocked by the left because she's a Trump voter, is probably the most shameful thing we have going on here. It is downright shameful. And once again, there will be no accountability by any of these people. None. Well, listen, folks. Understand the enemy. Understand what you're up against. Embrace it and grasp it. Don't deny it and don't wish it away. This country is in a battle for its survival. This is not, Tim Kaine versus George Allen. Okay? Those days are long gone, folks. They are long gone. This isn't Humphrey Nixon. It's all gone. This is a battle for the soul of a country trying to maintain itself. And let me just leave you with this at the 6 o'clock hour. What the Democrats told you over the last month in Maine is if you were sexually assaulted or raped, and you're a Trump woman, a Trump voting woman, you had it coming. That's the message. And they can't get away from it if we have the balls to frame it that way. Because I'm right. What they did to that lady in the New York Times, because she happens to be a Republican, is one of the most despicable things I've ever seen. And there'll be no apologies. They'll simply move on, like they did with Swalwell. They just move on. No apologies from Warren, nothing. They'll just move on because they think you're that stupid. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Iran State TV says a tanker has been hit off Oman after ignoring warnings about the route it was taking through the Strait of Hormuz.
The UK Maritime Trade Operations Center says the projectile hit the tanker near Lima, Oman in the strait. Officials say the projectile hit the port side of the vessel while it tried traveling south out of the strait toward the Gulf of Oman. Maritime officials also say no environmental impact took place from the strike. Officials say the investigation continues.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart. President Trump has arrived in Turkey. He is there to attend the annual NATO summit in Ankara. It is a long road to recovery for earthquake-shattered Venezuela. Some 17,000 people have been left homeless. SRN News and our parent company, Salem Media, partnering with Christian nonprofit Food for the Poor to rush emergency aid to victims of the tragedy. Listeners wanting to help can find an online banner top of our website, srnnews.com. The American dream of a World Cup title has evaporated with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. The loss comes on the heels of President Trump's successful intervention on behalf of a suspended member of Team USA.
The big question becomes, did the controversy surrounding FIFA's decision to suspend their top scorer, Folarin Balogun's red card to allow him to play, well, did that controversy impact the team's performance? There was going to always be a cloud over this team from the rest of the world who felt that there was political interference and favoritism at play, even though U.S. fans felt that the red card was just unjust to begin with.
The BBC's Netta Tawfik. Stock futures mixed this morning on Wall Street. The Dow futures 70 points higher. The Nasdaq futures are down 303 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
It has been said that necessity is the mother of invention. That's proven true in Ukraine, where Russia's war has made the Ukrainians experts in the deployment of military drone technology.
From a command post in Kharkiv, they target roads and logistics deep behind enemy lines. This strategy aims to cut off supplies like food and ammunition to Russian troops. The drones equipped with Starlink satellite communications fill the gap between frontline and long-range strike capabilities. Ukraine's success increased after SpaceX blocked unauthorized Russian access to Starlink. Ukrainian commanders say the impact has been significant, slowing Russian advances. Russia is trying to counter with mobile fire groups and electronic warfare, but Ukraine's campaign has kept them on the back foot. Keith Peters, Washington.
French far-right leader Marine Le Pen's political future's on the line as a Paris appeals court rules on her eligibility for the next presidential election. News and analysis, townhall.com. No presidential pardon for this guy, not involved in the 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol.
Brian Cole Jr. is charged with planting pipe bombs near the national headquarters of the Democratic and Republican parties on the eve of the January 6, 2021 riot. Federal Judge Amir Ali noted the president's blanket pardons for rioters explicitly applied only to people who were convicted of crimes related related to the attack. Cole was arrested nearly a year after the mass pardons were issued, so the judge concluded they don't apply to him. Prosecutors have said Cole confessed after his arrest, telling FBI agents he felt bewildered by conspiracy theories related to the 2020 presidential election, and something just snapped. Ed Donahue, Washington.
A preliminary hearing for accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson will continue today. Yesterday, a former campus police officer testified. More on these stories, townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
What happens in Virginia doesn't stay in Virginia. It influences policy and policymakers nationwide. The VirginiaStar.com shines a light on the issues in VA that become issues for the USA, with insightful commentary that gets to the fact of the matter. The VirginiaStar.com is your source of wisdom and truth, locally, statewide, and nationally. Log on today and every day. The VirginiaStar.com. The VirginiaStar.com.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
No, there's nothing better than me with you in the morning. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. A little horse today. Went to the Nationals-Astros game last night. Ann and I had on our Astros garb. Lost 12-11. Mike Burrows sucks. That's all I got to say, Dan. Every time we get a guy from Pittsburgh, it's a catastrophe. Whether it's Dan Moore and the Titans or this guy Burrows, we got a 6-1 lead. He can't get through the third inning. Gives up 11 earned runs in 4 innings. What a catastrophe. Then we come back and almost win the game in the 8th inning.
Yeah, I could have told you about Dan Moore. Don't forget about Bud Dupree.
Everybody we get from Pittsburgh, I don't want anybody from Pittsburgh ever.
They leave Pittsburgh and it's like they entered the witness protection program. Yeah.
Unbelievable. We got a 6-1 lead. I mean, he gives up 10 runs in 2 innings before they finally yank him out of there. Then we make 2 errors in the 5th inning, back-to-back errors. I mean, one of the best fielding teams in the National League, ground ball to shortstop, double play ball, boots it, right? Extends the inning, would have been out of the inning with 1 run, double play ball, can't handle that. Then it was like 8-6 Washington, ground ball to second base. Altuve decides not to charge it, makes a lackadaisical throw to first. The guy beats it out. And then whatever his name is, the leadoff hitter for them, the DH, hits a grand slam, 12-6, game over. Then we score 5 in the 8th to make it 12-11, and that was it. So that's why I'm a little bit hoarse, but horrible. Just a horrible game. I mean, when you're up 6-1 in the 3rd inning, you don't expect that you're going to be in the 7th inning getting blown out 12-6. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, interesting note for me, with Steelers, it's usually that they go somewhere else and they stink. Generally speaking, players leave the Pirates and it's like they become all-stars. So I don't know.
No, they need to put Mike Burrows in the bullpen. He's not a star. I mean, this guy's blown so many games. He gives up homers, hanging sliders all over the place. Just not a fan. So hey, you know what? It is what it is.
Well, at least it must have been semi-entertaining if the score was 12-11. I mean,
it was entertaining. That's why I'm hoarse.
Yeah.
I mean, we almost came back. We were ahead. Then we fell way behind. And then we came back, and we had a shot to win the game. So
still can win the series. Still can win the series, So
I would like to win the series, but I'm not going it again. That took too much out of me.
I think the Nats are have the best offense in baseball though right now. Don't
they? All I can tell you about the Nats is I'm betting the over every game.
Yeah.
And I don't bet over under. This team they don't have any pitching. They hit. I mean, they hit and they're fast. They steal bases. They're very aggressive. So. They score a lot of. They get a lot of hits. They score a lot of runs. They also get a lot of walks.
The days of was it Scherzer and Strasburg? They're long gone in Washington, I guess.
No, they hit. I mean, to go to a Nats game if you're an Astros fan like me and you go to the game and you lose, it sucks. Especially when you bet them, right? So it's all bad. Even though it was an entertaining game, we had super seats. I mean, the place was empty because it's after the holiday and it was raining out. And we got our seats, of course, behind the Astros third base dugout. And at the beginning of the game, we probably had 1,000 fans there. I mean, there is definitely an Astro following. So when we were hitting all those homers and when it had 6-1, it was like it was a home game. We had so many fans there.
DC trip for our teams. The Buccos this past weekend, and now the Stros for you. I can't believe that I left town without going to see a game on Friday. I was so preoccupied with stuff with the office. I didn't even know the Buccos were in town, and I'm leaving town, leaving your place on Friday, and I see a bunch of people wearing Pittsburgh gear. I was like, boy, a lot of Pittsburgh folks in town for the fireworks. Obviously, they were there for something other than the fireworks as well. But yeah,
you should have went to the game. And
I should have, although they lost on Friday, so it would have been a disappointing outcome. But still,
it's so. This is why it's tough for us to move. I mean, going to a game here is 20 minutes on the metro.
Yeah.
I mean, you walk down you go down the elevator, you go across the street, you're on the metro, 5 stops, you're at the Navy Yard, you walk there. It's the same thing with the Caps. I got Caps season tickets, and that is not 3 stops, but 2 stops from my house. 2.
And the only way that work could be more convenient for you is if you were a bum on the street.
If our apartment was like on top of the Capitol Center, that would
the
be
floor
it.
up or something. Yeah, you weren't kidding when you said, "Yeah, I live 100 feet away from the studios." Like, well, that can't be possible. Like, no, it is.
Your father doubted me. Yeah, it's exactly 100 feet.
Old Habo was like, "That can't be right." But
it's exactly 100 feet. No exaggeration, right?
No, it isn't.
Is it 100 feet or not?
It's. I mean, it may even be closer than that, but yeah, it's
100
right.
feet. I measured.
It's right next door. Yeah. It's right next door. So
100 feet.
It's, that is a commute to die for, especially in DC. So yeah.
Yeah, you think? So much, right? So that's why it's hard to leave here when, everything is just here. Oh, you don't have to drive. You don't have to do anything. So my son Joe, going to Pittsburgh on what's today? Tuesday. On Thursday, to meet his girlfriend's parents.
Is the girlfriend? Is she a Yinzer?
Yes.
I like her already.
Oh, me too. Yeah, she checks every single box I got.
Did they meet when you all were living in Pittsburgh? Is that?
She's a Division I women's soccer player with Maryland.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So she plays soccer. He plays baseball. Obviously, they're 2 D1 athletes. She's very much the athlete, but checks every possible possible that a father.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
I mean, from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Well, just to me, she's a fine young lady, but Catholic, Trump voter, Republican. I mean, you check every box. You check all those. It's all good. So anyway, she's met us 2 times. He's not met her parents, so he's out there to meet her parents.
I'm sure it'll go fine. Good luck, Joe.
They'll love Joe. Everybody does. He's the most
Joe's great.
Respectful young man you could ever meet. Just a fine young man.
He's the opposite of me. Very, very soft spoken and quiet. But chatty Cathy over here. But yeah, I enjoyed meeting him at the victory party. We got to talk a little baseball and talk about some of his baseball heroes growing up. So he mentioned Verlander, which I loved because of course Verlander's from these neck of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes,
he went to Old Dominion.
I didn't know
Old
that.
Dominion.
Okay, yeah. But he played at Goochland High School out.
Yep, played in Goochland High School, which is one of our sticks are there. 100.5 FM is out there, and then he went to Old Dominion, and
not for long. I bet.
No, he graduated. Well,
Did he really? Okay,
he got drafted as a junior. Obviously,
okay.
That's the way it works.
I didn't realize that the whole college baseball phenomenon went back that far. I thought that that was even more recent. But
no.
Yeah, I guess guys deciding to go to college instead of straight to the minors from high school. That used
Well,
to
I
be
mean,
the
if
thing.
you're that's been going on forever. I mean, if you were not given the money you wanted, and now the ball players, because of the 5-year eligibility, they have more leverage as a senior because they got another year. See, the leverage to sign and get money is you can stay in college for another year and get NIL money. So normally as a senior, you have no leverage, right?
Yeah, it's scary these days. Going pro is a pay cut for a lot of these guys.
A lot of kids, yeah. So,
I mean, if you're that good,
it is.
like,
Yep.
I'm just going to stay at USC and play for another year.
Yeah, it is.
Good money here.
Like I told Joe, you take your shot, right?
Yeah.
You can always make money later, and life money comes and goes. Just talk to somebody that was homeless like me, And so, money comes and goes. It's not the guiding post of your life. But my advice to my son is you get an offer, you take a shot. They give you a ham sandwich, you take your shot.
Sure.
You eat the ham sandwich, you take your shot, because you never want to look back. And that might be the only opportunity that God enables you to get. You go to the minor leagues, you get whatever you get, and you take your
Don't be
shot.
Moonlight Graham. Yeah, take that shot. So
You take your shot, and then you never look back. And then you never look back. That's the key. You never look back. Hey, by the way, it says that my stream is offline.
It does.
That's what the TV says.
Let's see. Hold on.
All right, I got to get, while you're doing that, I got to get to Mike Lindell and My Pillow.
Yes.
Unbelievable, folks. This sale they got going on, I want you to go right now. Just do it now. I know you love Todd Sheets, but like Todd or My Pillow, what do I do? Right now, go to mypillow.com. Mypillow.com. The sales they got on there are unbelievable. The slippers, $29.98. These are $159. They're giving them away. The Giza sheets, to die for. I mean, I go in that bed at night. Like, I was tired last night because I got home from the game, and you got to wind down a little bit. It's much past my bedtime, but I go into bed. I got my pillows. I got my Pillow pillowcases. I got my Pillow Giza sheets. I got my Pillow mattress. I got my Pillow mattress topper. I got my Pillow comforter. I got my Pillow blanket. I got all that in the bed. I mean, I'm asleep in 20 seconds. It's not a half a minute. I'm in that bed. I'm out because it is so comfortable. Then I get up today, take a shower. I was late, obviously. Didn't get my clips in. Take a shower, get out of the shower. My Pillow towels, to die for. They got the greatest things. And as soon as I get out of bed, I slip into My Pillow slippers. When I get home at night, first thing I do, take off my shoes, put on my Pillow slippers. Everything on sale, everything marked down, everything free shipping. It's about quality of life. So do yourself a favor. Right now, do yourself a favor. Go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla. You're going to get it all. Promo code Godzilla, and you are good to go. And all you got to do is so easy, is go to mypillow.com, promo code Godzilla, or give them a call, 800-854-0504. Operator standing by, 800-854-0504. Sorry for the delay, Todd Sheets. Dan and I got off on baseball. Sorry for that. Todd, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you again, John.
I know your time is valuable. I apologize for that.
No worries.
I love the Trump Freedom accounts, and I love Freedom Gas. He's got, here's my question. Trump Freedom Gas. So he challenges gas stations to drop their price 50 cents, and some do it. So here's my question. You're an economics guru. Here's my question. If I'm a gas station owner and I can drop my price 50 cents and not lose money, doesn't that mean that my margin was over 50 cents a gallon? Otherwise, I couldn't do it because I can't lose money on every gallon that gets pumped out of my station.
Yeah, look, some of these guys probably are doing it as a promotional type thing. I mean, they might be accepting a little bit less money in margin than they were making before, but they realize, it's like My Pillow running their sale. This is your opportunity to take advantage of a big Trump-based national campaign, start getting Trump people to come to the pumps and that type of thing. Overall, we've seen gas prices come down very quickly. A lot of these places are dealing with inventory that they built up at the higher prices. And so some of that affects all of this. But big picture here, I'm a huge believer in markets. And markets ultimately work their way through. We're seeing oil prices drop so much faster than most people predicted. That's because we're looking at huge amounts of oil coming back onto the system. And, I think it's just another sign that when prices ran up, it wasn't necessarily gouging. It was expectations that we were headed for big shortages. Now there's these expectations that OPEC has increased their production. That's going to be bringing more online. Venezuela is coming online. Iran is going to be pumping far more because they need to generate revenues to rebuild. And so all of this gets factored into the market price of oil, which is dropping like a rock. I mean, we're, down from 110 or so at the peak, down to under $70 a barrel right now. So, this is all happening very quickly. I think there's some give and take in different places. Basically, competitive markets work and they even themselves out. The gas industry and pumping gas stations, that kind of thing, in general, that's not a huge profit margin kind of business. It's a commodity type thing. So I think that we're just seeing these normal give and take along with these promotional opportunities. It's like the MyPillow sale maybe. So that's what's going on out there.
Todd Sheets, based on your analysis, what should the price of gas be now?
Well, I don't know exactly what it should be right now. I mean, that'll get settled in by what happens in the marketplace. And so, I would say where it should be right now is pretty much where it is. I mean, it's just competition works. There's no shortage of gas stations out there. There's no monopoly ownership of the gas station industry. And so, if somebody is charging too much on one corner, somebody, down the street is going to realize, hey, I can still make enough money and drop it 5 cents a gallon. And that's where the price is. So as long as you let the markets do their thing, it doesn't mean occasionally they don't get out of whack, but there's nothing like markets for efficiently setting, the right price and figuring out the right way to allocate resources. So I'm just a big believer in markets.
So you've got oil now looks like overnight it was $66 a barrel. It's going to go down to 65. This is the same it was before the war started. So, and we increased production. I think you laid this out. Oil prices globally are coming down. The oil is getting through the straits, much to the chagrin of the Democrats that were hoping that Iran would win and bottle it up so gas could be $5. That went out the window. Oil is coming down to 65. But as you pointed out, the untold story here is the increase in internal energy development that we've had because of what happened with the conflict. And now that's getting into the market, which is going to bring the barrel of oil down even further than it was before this started. Is that not true?
No, I think that's what we are looking for. And that's why these prices have dropped so quick. I mean, we've had internal development has picked up. We've seen the world recognize that it needs to be less dependent on the Strait of Hormuz. This is like a wake-up call. It's like COVID was a wake-up call about supply chains based on China and that kind of thing, where, markets move in a certain direction because it's the most efficient, it's the lowest cost, but then something happens, some international event, COVID in the case of supply chains, or now the Strait of Hormuz being closed and Iran continuing to play their games. And it makes people realize there are hidden costs in terms of being this dependent on potentially vulnerable sources of energy or supply chains in general. And the world has to diversify. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to the United States. So that is going to help us. And then at the same time, we are going to go through some more temporary things, which is, it's not just Iran that has to rebuild, but these Gulf countries have gone with a big shortage of income for several months now, and they need the money to start gushing in. So that's why we've seen OPEC announcing that they're going to increase production. So, I think we're in for a very favorable period of time, and then we'll see things kind of level out, at a good place.
Todd Sheets with us, the author of 2008, What Really Happened. Also, you can follow Todd on Substack. That's free. Don't want to miss that. Subscribe to him there. Todd Sheets, SHEETS. You want to subscribe to him on Substack. Todd, Trump accounts launched yesterday in a big deal. Got some clips of that a little bit later on today. But this is a pretty good deal. If you had a child that was U.S. born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2027, over the One Big Beautiful Bill, the federal government will stake you with $1,000. So just put it in your account, as long as you got a Social Security number. Then it's tax-free. Then if you have parents or grandparents or associates of the family, they want to contribute to that child's account, they can do that. That's tax-free until you're 18. They're going to put it in very low-cost, low-risk compound accounts. And then from there, when they're 18, they can see it compound. They can look at where their account is. They can see their money grow. Then when they're 18, they can take it out tax-free to college, trade school, job training, buy a home, open a business. Tell me this isn't one of the greatest things you've ever seen to teach young people, A, the value of a dollar, and B, capitalism and freedom in America.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is like getting more people involved with an ownership stake in the success of the country. So it's like you have to feel that, like, as the economy grows and the value of the companies that are a part of that economy and that are driving that growth grow, that you're participating in that and you have a stake in having a successful, thriving, and growing economy. This gets right at the heart of a lot of the problems that we face with the Democratic Socialists and the liberals more generally, who have this attitude and a belief system. It's more than an attitude. It's a deeply ingrained belief system that basically there's this economic pie out there. And the only issue is, how do we carve it up in ways that we, the people doing the carving, the politicians, think are supposedly better for everybody because they're getting it from us. But it's not like that. Somebody has to be creating that economic wealth and that growth that builds and makes everything possible, including social welfare programs for the people who can't participate in the system. This was the history of the world before capitalism in the United States. There was no economic growth. Mankind, unless you were born into the privileged politically elite, you were destitute to working as a feudal serf or in some kind of capacity like that. It wasn't until capitalism, and especially U.S. capitalism, came along that all of that changed. And we need to get people to see it and feel it in a visceral way. This is the way to do that.
Pat, I got to go to a break. Do you mind hanging with us?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
And I'm sorry again for the delay.
No worries.
John Fredericks Media Network. Can't get enough of Todd Sheets. So enthusiastic when he comes on, isn't he? But when I get back, I love sucking him into the culture wars. That's my favorite thing to do. Todd Sheets on Graham Plattner next.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and He does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed His blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
If you want to go after an athlete, one of my athletes, you go after one that doesn't do the right things. You don't downgrade him because he does everything right and may not play as well on Saturday, and you let us make that decision. That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
If Plattner does decide to step aside, do you think the main Democratic Party will be able to nominate someone new without alienating former Plattner supporters? How do you see it?
Well, that's a great question, because it's something that Alyssa said. I agree, by the way, with everything Alyssa said. She raised all the correct issues and said this is what they had signed on to. The only thing I disagree with is when she said that he hadn't been vetted. No, he had been vetted. All of the things that have been stated, it was all out in the public. And people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Tim Walz, the Bulwark, Pod Save America, all these people came together to overlook it all, to explain it all, to rationalize it all. He was vetted. People knew all these things. And a whole bunch of Democrats in Maine showed up and voted for him anyway. And a bunch of donors from around the country sent him money anyway. I agree with Alyssa's question. What changed? Why are you bailing on Graham Plattner now? You already signed off on Nazi tattoo, a self-described communist, somebody who's had rape fantasies, somebody who has been on a social media platform known as a playground for predators, and on and on and on and on and on.
Unbelievable. Here's my take on this, and I said it earlier. Number one, the first, and by the way, we're with Todd Sheets. If you just joined us, Todd Sheets, my economic guru. Todd, also the author of the greatest book on 2008 crash ever written, 2008, What Really Happened. Also, Todd Sheets, got to follow him on Substack, has great articles on it. Don't miss it. It's free. Just go to Substack, Todd Sheets, S-H-E-E, two E's, T-S, Todd Sheets. Todd, unbelievable. In my narrative earlier, I said basically the first person who made allegations of sexual assault and rape that was detailed in the New York Times, because she was a Trump voter and a Republican, everybody blew it off. So I guess the message for the Democrats now that they're upset because this allegation is from a liberal. I guess what the message is, if you're a Trump voting woman, your daughter, your wife, your neighbor, if you voted for Trump and you're a woman and you get raped, I guess the message from the Democrats is you had it coming. Tell me here what I've missed.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think this has exposed so much. I mean, I'm going to start with something that's kind of superficial about this, but I don't know if you've noticed, like, once Plattner came on the scene and they all started backing him and lining up behind him and making their justifications, all of the Nazi talk in America went silent. You know, you couldn't go 3 days without hearing Trump as Nazi, ICE as Gestapo, and all of this kind of thing. This has been their narrative for the last 10 years. But Graham Plattner and his tattoo rises into a position where they're going to use him and everything that he's done and stood for to try and gain a seat. And all of a sudden, you don't hear anything about Nazis. You know, I mean, that was like maybe the one silver lining in this whole episode. I think there's another interesting aspect of this. Trump has gotten a lot of criticism for backing certain senators, you know, and in some of these races, including endorsing people who were going against long established Republican senators and that kind of thing, because he thought he needed to build a team that was more, that would work with him better. But he let the people vote in all of these areas and let them decide who they wanted to elect. There is a perspective on this, which I think has a lot of credibility, which is that this is kind of like I haven't heard it expressed this way, but this is like Joe Biden 2.0. You know, we're going to put this horse in the race. We know he's significantly defective, probably unfit to run. But if we can bandage up, you know, the problems and get him out there to cross the finish line, then we're going to ride him and we're going to take over after the race is completed, just like they did with Biden the first time. But then when they start to see the horse limping and they see these things starting, you know, the polls are going down. You know, with Biden, it was after the debate, you know, when it became so obvious. With Plattner, you know, I think what my understanding is, you know, he's dropping in the polls. I mean, this stuff is starting to look like he is not going to win this race. And so now the party is stepping in and they're letting somebody step up and expose a story that's been around all along, like the interviewee on CNN was saying. But now they're just pulling him because the polls are going down and they're going to see if they can cram somebody else in there who has a chance of winning this thing, because they realize, you know, the defective guy they were betting on is not going to be able to pull it across the finish line. I mean, how politically cynical is that? You don't even, you know, trust and let the voters decide. You're manipulating all of this. This is like going back into the smoke-filled rooms where these manipulative party bosses are playing all these games to try and get the outcome that they want, and they're using people and they're using the voters.
You think about this, Todd. They all went up there and groveled at his feet. I mean, it's incredible. These allegations were out there. This app that he was utilizing, I think Scott Jennings called it, you know, a playground for the abused. I mean, then the guys, is one after the other of abusive behavior towards women, and you know, unquestionably the guy was a dog. But you know, that's if it's, you know, legal and people are in consensual, it's not my business. Between him and his wife or his girlfriends, I'm not interested in that. Never have been, never will. But these allegations were out there, and the fact that the first one got dismissed because she happened to be, and the reason they dismissed it, and they said it, she can't be trusted because she's a Trump voter. I mean, that like, it didn't matter what happened to her. It didn't matter that allegedly she was raped by this guy or sexually assaulted. The fact that she was a Trump voter, therefore it's dismissed. I mean, this is basically what they did. The only reason they're now calling for him to get out is because his poll numbers have tanked. And now they're going to get beat by Susan Collins. You're right. The cynicism here is incredible. I mean, it's just anybody looking at this has to be like, what do these people stand for? Right? And when was the last time you heard Eric Swalwell's name? Like, he just disappeared off the face of the earth, like never to be seen again. And you got the buried lead. They stopped using Nazi when they found out the guy's got a Nazi tattoo, and they had to defend it. And then they defended it by saying, well, he was drunk and, he was just on a lark and he got it. And then, he forgot about it. It's on his chest. It's this big. I said when this first happened, for someone that has an extensive amount of body art or tattoos, if you want to call it, which is me, you look at that tattoo that was on a photo or something, at internet that somebody had. That thing is huge. I have one that same size. It happens to be the angel Gabriel on my chest. That thing took me 15 hours in a chair and a month of planning. You just don't walk in and get that. I mean, it's 15 hours I was in a chair for that size all over your chest. Like this idea that he was just drunk and giving, oh, yeah, I'll take that one. And they did it, and he got up sober and saying, oh, how did I get that? It's not the way it works. They've been lying about it forever, and now they're caught, and now there's yet to be an apology.
Yeah, look, this comes down to me to political greed. We hear all these accusations of corporate greed, individual greed. Elon Musk is a trillionaire. Other people are billionaires. Nobody can be a billionaire without taking advantage and raping and exploiting and using supremacy and all these tools to get there. We know that's not true. We know how hard it is that people have to work to do this in a competitive capitalist system, and how they move the country forward and they grow the pie that we were talking about earlier that creates job opportunities for everybody else. But we hear about that kind of greed. What we don't hear enough about is political greed. And political greed means you are willing to ignore the truth. You are willing to subsume individuals' lives, ignore the importance of the individual who made accusations when she was a Republican, and it looked like maybe this guy was your meal ticket to winning a congressional seat. And then all of a sudden, as soon as that you realize that's not going to happen, then you find somebody else to bring out so that you can do what you should have done in the first place, kind of thing. This is political greed. It's the same thing that allows Mamdani to tell a story, about what he's going to do with communism and socialism in New York, when all of history and all of the world tells him, and this is an educated person with educated parents, that this doesn't work. We know where this leads, but he is willing to tell a dishonest story and create a false narrative of a utopian paradise by giving everything away for free, not dealing with who's going to create it in the first place, because he wants to ascend to power. It's that like revolutionary spirit. It drove Che Guevara, it drove Castro back in the 60s, and it's driving the far left to try and do the same thing here in America. And we see it coming through in all these different ways. And this is just another one of them.
Todd, Steve Bannon yesterday said something on my show that was very interesting. And I kind of agree. I totally agreed with him. I want to get your take on it. I actually did a video on it on TikTok yesterday because it was that good. He said that in the next 2 years, every major American city will be controlled by a jihadist communist. Every one. New York, Minneapolis, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, now Washington, D.C., right? It goes right down the line. He said you can't have a country where every major urban center is controlled by communists that will not apply federal law. He said if you do that, you basically have no country, and it has to end up in a dark way of conflict. I don't think the conflict I don't buy into. But what is your take on that?
Yeah, what this reminds me of is we go back to last summer when we were first starting to deal with Trump and ICE in some of these sanctuary city type things and going in to try and find the illegals there, because obviously that's where you're going to have huge concentrations of illegals in places that have declared themselves a sanctuary. And, I was having a conversation with one of my good friends, lifetime friend, one best friend from middle school, who's turned out to be, on the other side of the political aisle, so to speak, and not by a little bit. And, there was all this stuff about Trump and the rule of law and the National Guard and all these kinds of things. And at one point I stopped him and I said, wait a minute, if we're talking about the rule of law here, what do you have to say? How can you defend these sanctuary cities that are being run by people who are saying, we are not going to follow the laws of the land? We are openly declaring that we are a sanctuary for people to come to who are here illegally. That's where the rule of law broke down in this whole situation. So, look, I think Bannon is onto something in the sense that it's like the socialist death spiral. You create policies that fail. You blame the failures on everything other than the policies that actually cause them to fail. You blame capitalism, you blame greed, you blame exploitation, you blame supremacy, you blame everything that you can think of. You throw out everything. And you use that to create more policies that then fail again. And you never admit it. And you have to become more and more extreme as you go down this death spiral, because everything is disintegrating around you. And so you have to become more and more extreme in defending, again, the political turf that you've created in the first place. I'll add one more thing here. Obama used to go around, and when he was running for office and in office, and one of his favorite lines was, the conservatives love to say, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But what if you don't even have any boots? Well, the question for him is, why don't the people you're talking about have boots? You and your party and your agenda has been in control of the policies for the inner city people that I think you're referring to for the last 50 or 60 years, depending on which point you're talking about. And those policies have failed so miserably that the people that, when LBJ created the War to End Poverty, the Great Society program in the 60s, it failed. And the reason they don't have boots is because we're not giving them the tools to participate in the economic system of upward mobility and hard work and being a part of it and that kind of thing. They created a system of government handouts and disincentives and all of these problems. And that's why we're ending up in this kind of place. So look, it's a problem. I think ultimately we'll get it turned around.
It's horrific what is going on with some of these people. But this Plattner thing, I just, they got out of the Swalwell debacle by just they just ignored him. And then, of course, the fake news has their back. So the fake news dropped him. So he just had no media coverage. He just went away, and you never to be heard from again. Fake news never brought him up. Media never brought him up. Nobody brings him up. And so it's just gone. And now they have a new nominee, and that's it. End of story. I don't think they can do the same here. They're going to try to do it. They're going to get Janet Mills, and they're going to make believe the guy never existed. I don't think they can do that. But here's another thing that just floored me. Before this second allegation, in the latest poll that came out that showed Collins was ahead by 3, or it was tied, it was close, she had a small lead. But Plattner was winning women in Maine under 35 2-1. 2-1. I'm thinking to myself, what on earth are you thinking? Like, what happened to Me Too? What happened to all this stuff? How can you be ahead with women under 35, regardless of party affiliation, 2-1? And you've got allegation after allegation after, and he's not even denying basically all the abuse and what he did to various women and infidelity in his marriage and the whole thing. He never denied any of this. How do you have a 2-to-1 lead amongst women under 35? And now I'm supposed to take this whole race seriously?
This is the same group that is electing Imam Dani, right? I mean, it's these white, educated, young, educated women. And, look, you get indoctrinated in the idea of revolutionary zeal, which is what's been happening, okay? You grow up in an educational system that pounds this idea of supremacy, of exploitation, of colonialism, of all of these things, of anti-Americanism. They create this revolutionary zeal. It's the same kind of thing that Castro was writing. It's the same kind of thing that they were writing Chavez in Venezuela and that type of thing. And you create that among a young revolutionary spirit-minded crowd, and it's like any means justify the ends, because you believe you are fighting against the evil Satan, okay? And if you create Trump is, we can't say Hitler anymore if we're talking about them, right? But he's Satan, because now we actually have Hitler running. So we've got to shift the metaphor. But if you create that mentality, these people believe any means justify the ends. And that's what we're seeing here. It's miseducation. I mean, this is what happens when you put people in school systems that teach them to hate their country and that they should overthrow and do whatever it takes to overthrow the evil empire that they believe they're running against.
Don't you think that the 250 celebration crystallized the failure in our education system for average Americans?
I hope so. And I hope we're getting that message out there. But I'll tell you, we are fighting this on the left. I listened to the Daily Podcast, which is the New York Times podcast, yesterday, actually. I was in the gym. And they're still twisting that narrative. Her narrative, it was her whole discussion. And this was like the celebration of 250 was like the theme of the thing. And go back to the founding fathers. And what the whole discussion was, she had this narrative about, we're now finding out that the founding fathers weren't everything we thought about them, that Thomas Jefferson was having children with Sally Hemings, and they had all these lofty ideals that they created, but they were these, deeply flawed individuals, so on and so forth. And that this went a long time, and that the certain segment of the country bought into this myth of America and the founders, which was always a myth created by people who had no interest in the facts. And then according to her story, then we get to the 1900s, and around that time, we have professional historians arising in the universities who care about the facts, and they start pointing out all of these inaccuracies in the myth that the other side believes in. And we start seeing the reality of America. And she goes on and on about this thing. And, she never deals with the reality of the changes that came from those founding ideals, what we were talking about earlier. Thousands of years of deprivation until the ideals of those people kicked in. Were they flawed individuals in some cases? Of course they were. All individuals are flawed. But they created the ideals that revolutionized the world for people who were born outside of political privilege. And so, but, again, going back to your point, they're still taking this narrative that the educational system is finally exposing the reality of all the problems. And it's hard for the right to deal with it because they've been living off these myths forever. That's their side of the argument. Unbelievable.
They just hate America.
They hate America. That's the defining difference now. The defining difference is, do you believe we were founded on the greatest ideals that have ever been developed for lifting mankind up out of poverty, and that we were at times not fulfilling those ideals in the best possible way. And the challenge of America is to keep working to come closer and closer to fulfilling those ideals. That's my belief of what's happened. Their belief is none of that happened. It was all a flaw and a myth in the first place. We need to overthrow it, and we need to go back into a system of politically driven privileges and handouts by the politicians. It's the same system that created all of the deprivation in the first place.
Todd, this is why I love dragging you into the culture wars. The great narrative. We got to get this up on YouTube ASAP. Todd, thank you. If you want to follow you, you go to Substack, Todd Sheets. You want to get this narrative from Todd in by about 12 o'clock. It'll be up on our YouTube channel. What is that? John Fredericks Media. Don't go to John Fredericks Show. You'll get stuff on there from 10 years ago. It's gone. John Fredericks Media. Todd Sheets, he's going to be up there by noon. Dan will get it up. Todd, thank you.
Great. Thank you, John.
We're going to be right back with your calls, 888-480-JOHN. West Virginia Mavericks coming up, 9 o'clock.
Operations Center says the tanker had been hit near Lima, Oman, in the strait, adding the projectile hit the port side of the vessel while it was travelling south out of the strait toward the Gulf of Oman. It adds there's been no environmental impact from the strike and that the authorities are investigating. Iranian state television is reporting the liquefied natural gas tanker came under attack after ignoring warnings but did not directly claim the assault. I'm Charles Dilladesma.
Calls are growing within his own party for Democrat Graham Plattner to drop out of the U.S. Senate race in Maine. On top of other allegations now, a woman is accusing Plattner of sexual assault. Republican Senator Tom Cotton.
Let's not kid ourselves about what's happening here. The Democrats were willing to overlook other past misconduct, not mere allegations, but misconduct that he had confirmed because they agreed with his socialist, anti-Semitic, anti-American views. Those were a feature, not a bug.
Cotton speaking with the Salem Radio Network. Millions of people in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast face another day of rain as floodwaters and the threat of flooding persist. Parts of New Jersey and Connecticut have been especially hard hit by flash flooding. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures are mixed. The Dow futures are up 149 points, while the NASDAQ futures are down 312 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
As its ancient power grid continues to crumble, Cuba has suffered yet another island-wide blackout.
Fuel reserves have been dwindling since President Trump threatened tariffs on any country that provides oil to the island. A delivery by a Russian tanker back in March ran out by the end of April. As for healthcare, Mario Cruz with the World Health Organization says over 100,000 surgeries have been postponed, including those for pediatric patients. Like many Cubans, 33-year-old Mario Pedroso was resigned about the total blackout. Oil hasn't come in here for a while, he says, and we have no way to solve the problem. We have to resist, as we Cubans say. That's all. I'm Jennifer King.
Explosions rocked Damascus shortly after French President Macron entered the presidential palace for a meeting with his Syrian counterpart. The blasts injured at least 4 people, but the French president's office says Macron is safe and his visit to Syria is ongoing. News and analysis at townhall.com. New ICE facility could speed up deportations of families and kids.
The Trump administration plans to open a 528-bed holding center for migrant families and unaccompanied children awaiting removal from the U.S. It's being built in Alexandria, Louisiana, next to an airfield that's become the nation's largest hub of deportation flights. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says the facility's not a detention center, but a staging facility. The location would remove logistical headaches caused by extracting children from foster homes and shelters and not having anywhere to put them during final preparations for flight. I'm Ben Thomas.
The premiers of Alberta and Ontario have proposed a pipeline to carry Western Canadian oil to the country's east as Canada seeks new markets. The pipeline to carry up to 500,000 barrels of oil a day. More on these stories, townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And later on,
that summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us today. Phone lines are going to be open for this segment. Got a couple cancellations coming up. Dan Music apparently is not with us, can't make it. And then our 8:30 guest also is traveling. Something came up, he got delayed. He can't make it either. So I got plenty of time for clips, calls, all that fun. This is what makes our show so much fun, because it's all about you and the community that we live in. So thank you. Want to hear from you. Want to hear from your calls on Graham Plattner. You know, the defining moment for the Democrats, this is a classic from Todd Sheets. The defining thing now about the Democrats in this election is they hate America. I love the way he's framing that. They hate America. And that is really now what this campaign's about. It's not about gas prices. It's not about affordability. It's not about the war in Iran. It's not about the Straits of Hormuz. It's not about Israel. The defining thing in this campaign is the Democrats hate America. That's what is going to define this campaign. They hate America. They hate the founding fathers. The 250 brought all this out. The 250, they couldn't help themselves. They can't help themselves. It was too much for them. It was too much to see fireworks. It was too much to see the celebration. It was too much to see the flag shirts. It was too much to see the patriotism. It was too much to see the state fair. It was too much to see the celebration of this country's freedom. They have to hearken back to slavery, racism, exploitation, indigenous peoples, Indians, whatever they want to do. They have to go back and say the country was founded on a false premise. The country's a lie. The founding fathers are scum. That's what this now election's about. Sheets nailed it. This is really the defining issue in now this campaign. You got a Democrat congressman out there yesterday rooting for Belgium to win the cup or to beat America. Sonny Hostin from The View says the American flag is racist. It's stars and stripes. It's racist. They couldn't take it. If you just think about this, what brought this on? They couldn't take the show of patriotism. They hate America. They hate Trump. They hate MAGA. They hate Christians. They hate Catholics. And now they hate Jews. They hate the founding fathers. They hate everything we stand for. The defining thing in this campaign going into the midterms is they hate the country. They're rooting for us to lose. They want to start over. They want to be the elites. They want to tell you where to put your air conditioner, if you can even have that. What to eat, where to go, what job to have. They're going to tell you. It's the most incredible election in history, and these are just the midterms. This is not even a presidential election. But that is the defining thing. The American flag is now racist. The 250 was so patriotic and so great and brought out so much love. It was like when you confront a vampire with a crucifix or you throw holy water on them. They can't take it. They have to go away. It brought out their worst. They've been hiding it. They've been trying to make it subliminal. But it was over the top. They can't take it. So they burst at the seams. And it is. It's like when you throw holy water on a vampire in the movies. Ah! They can't take it. The View's message to America on the 250th birthday, quote, "Do better, bitches." I mean, this is what we're fighting. Do you understand? Do you have any idea what the hell's going on out there? This is why they defended this guy, Plattner, up until he fell behind in the polls. If he was ahead of the polls, they'd still be defending him. Do you understand that? It has nothing to do with anything other than he started dropping in the polls. And they got all their overnights and he's done. And so they abandoned him. If he was still ahead, they'd stick with him. They wouldn't care what he was doing to interns on the floor. They don't care. As long as he's a vote for them, put him in power. Somebody has got to have the courage to exploit this, to tell America what they're doing. Maybe it's me, maybe it's not, maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it's me and Bannon. I don't know who. Somebody's got to do this. We don't have any courage. Like, where's our Republican senators? I mean, they rolled out Kevin McCarthy, some warmed over rhino. Like, where's our senators? The only one we got is Fetterman. And he's not even a Republican. Like, where are they? Where's Tom Tillis? Where's Cornyn? Where's Cassidy? Where's Rand Paul? Where are these people? Where's Thune? Collins can't say it. Collins can't say it. Collins said, hey, it's up to them. She did the right thing. It's up to them to choose who their nominee is. I'm going to run my campaign. What a classy lady. You know what? All you people out there that have been bitching on Collins, stop. Okay, stop. Is she perfect? No. She's better than this guy. What a classy woman she is. Just total class. Yeah, I don't agree with her on the SAVE Act. Yeah, I don't agree with her. And I'll guarantee you this, though. I'll make you a personal guarantee. That SAVE Act came to the floor and she was the deciding vote. She'll vote for it. Doesn't matter what she does now. It's not a vote. She'll vote for it. She's never let us down on any big issue, not once. She's not going to do it now. But Thune, the weasel that he is, won't get it to the floor. I tell you what I'm getting the floor. I tell you what I'm getting. Check this out. Do you have a sat phone yet? This is the greatest thing you could possibly have. You are connected 24/7, 365 all over the earth. Ann and I are taking a trip during the holidays. I got to stay in touch. I don't need to go and buy like services and from different countries. I got my sat phone. I go on the bus, I got my sat phone. I go to West Virginia, rural West Virginia, where I got to drive to Charleston or something, like 2 hours. There ain't no bars, nowheres, as they say. I got my sat phone, and I get it for free. This is a $1,500 value, and they got the new one out now. This is the greatest thing ever. You just put on your antenna to the open sky. You hit the button. You turn it on. You dial a call. Anywhere in the world. Doesn't matter where you are. It's the greatest thing ever invented. And I can get it to you for free. Every family should have a sat phone, especially if you travel, go overseas, or just go in rural America. You have your sat phone. I always have it. This thing is I'm always with my sat phone. Now I got 3 other phones. Add the sat, I got 4 phones. I run a major media company on 4 phones. That's how I do it. Because I'm on the go all the time. So I got my phone, I got to be connected. Then I got my Starlink, travel with that. Like I'm never not connected. I'm always connected to my loved ones, to my family, to my company, to my employees, to my associates. Dan knows I'm always connected. Doesn't matter what. And I get my sat phone, it's a $1,500 value. I get it for free. It's $89 a month, and I get 120 free minutes a month. Check that out, and they roll over. Like the past month and a half, I really haven't been on it. So now I got like 500 minutes stacked up. I can call I can do my whole show on a sat phone. Just dial in, hey Dan, I can do my whole phone on a sat phone, not cost me a dime. 4 hours, 240 minutes, Dan, on my sat phone. Clears connection as a bell. If I so chose to do that. Of course I don't, but I could. Then I just put the antenna down. I turn it off. Boom. In my pocket, I'm good to go. Now you say, John, I want this. I want it for my family. So I can be in touch with them at all times. Sat123.com. Sat123.com. What Tina Blanco has done is she's made sat phones affordable for everybody. That's why I love my sat phone. I love Tina Blanco. She's a true entrepreneur. She's one of my favorite people on earth because she developed something. She said the technology is there. I am going to develop a company and find a way to get it to middle America. Because when you think of sat phone, you think of rich and famous, Elon Musk. But see, what Tina Blanco has done is she's made this affordable for everybody. See, I love women like Tina Blanco. Finds a way to do it. Great entrepreneur, great lady. All you got to do is go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Okay, we've got some. Who's on? Who do we have on hold here? We have a caller or not? I got mixed up. Dan. Okay, Robin in Virginia, line 1. Robin, go ahead.
Hey, John, I got 3 things I want to talk to you about today. When they were talking about Thomas Jefferson having children with Sally Hemings, that is what took place. Anybody that did genealogy, if the wife died, they took the next sister. But one thing that should be scary is Elizabeth Warren's intern spoke at the Ayatollah's funeral and trashed America and praised the Ayatollah. You're talking about them hating America. But you know what, John? They always say things happen for a reason. And I believe 2020 took place because nobody, not one president, could have represented this country like Donald Trump did at 250. I was so impressed with everything that took place. It was beautiful.
The band was beautiful. The fireworks were beautiful. The speech was beautiful. The spirit of America was beautiful. I mean, I got to tell you, Robin from West Virginia, thank you for saying that, and stay on the line because we need more Robins to call in. Because when our family went down at 10:30, 9:30, whenever it was, on what was that, Saturday night? Was it Saturday or Sunday? I forget. Saturday night. When we went down there, and we didn't go into the mall. We were just on the street. There were thousands of people reveling in the 4th on the pavement. The street, I mean, it was shoulder to shoulder for blocks and blocks of people that have come into D.C. and for D.C. residents that love their country and took pride in their country. And so you got these handful of, and they it really is a handful of Democrats that hate this country to such an extent. And they weren't there and they trashed it. And the music was gorgeous. The flyovers were gorgeous. The celebration was gorgeous. Everything about it was uplifting. It made you feel like so proud to be an American. And all they want to do is bring you down and trash us. You know what? I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a movie, Dan's a movie buff. There was a movie called Red Dawn. Great movie.
1984.
Oh, great movie. One of the best
Patrick
movies.
Swayze.
Patrick Swayze, one of the best movies ever made. Also, Powers Booth, I think, within it.
Yeah,
Howard.
directed by John Milius, scored by the late legendary Basil Polidorus.
Great movie, but there was a scene in it. There was a scene in it where they had taken the resistors, and it was in Colorado Springs. They had taken, just outside of Denver, they had taken the resistors. And we had the mayor that was a collaborator in Denver. They had taken the resistors and they put them in a re-education camp. And they're behind a barbed wire fence. And I remember one of the fathers saying to the sons who snuck in to see him, he said, "Avenge me." But as they were in there, they were playing over the loudspeakers exactly what the Democrats are saying. You probably don't remember this scene. They were playing over the loudspeakers, "Your founding fathers were frauds. The founding of the country was based on racism. The Constitution is a myth." That's what they were playing over the speakers in the re-education camp. "Your founding fathers were whoremongers. The country's based on a complete fraud." That's what they were playing over and over and over. Re-education. Go to the movie. Go for that scene. I don't know. It was towards probably 2/3 into the movie. This is what the Soviets, the USSR, was playing to the people that were in the re-education camp 24 hours a day. It's the same thing the Democrats are doing now. And that was what? 1984, 16 plus 26, 42 years later. The Democrats are saying what was in that movie. Can you believe this? Okay, Robin, I'll give you the final word.
Hey, I just want to see if you got the Afghan I made you.
No, did you? But I haven't been to the mailbox in a couple of weeks because I've been traveling. But I'll go get it. I'll go and get it. I'm
What
sure.
am I going to? You got it, John. You take care of yourself, and thank God for people like you, John.
Thank you, Robin.
You're welcome. You take care.
Thank you. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Let's get to, let's see, we've got line 2, John in Southwest Virginia. John, you're live.
Hey, good morning, John. I appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Just to comment on this Plattner issue and related issues with the Democrats and the Republicans. But we just need to remind ourselves that I think the Democrats, their motto ought to be symbolism over substance, because with the compliant press, no matter what somebody like Plattner does, whatever the ideology, they become the chameleon party. They change and they morph into whatever they need to morph into just for show, and without any regard to what the real issues are. They don't care what the people say. They don't care what we think. As long as they've got a press that's there to help them, they're happy. They're happy to do that. And, they'll change on a dime, whatever they need to do. They've shown that with Plattner. Now that they don't like him because they think he's going to lose, but they didn't mind it no matter what the rape allegations were, no matter what the sexual problems that he was having, no matter what the ideology with the Nazi tattoo was. They didn't care. They didn't care at all. And as far as the Republicans trying to, not really saying anything, remember I've said it before when I've called you. I've told you that there are Republicans in Congress and in the Senate who are really Democrats, but there are no Democrats that are really Republicans. And I think that's the problem you have with the party up there. The reason we're not getting some things done is because they're really Democrats. They may not have a D by their name, but their ideology and their beliefs and their actions are Democrat. They support the liberal, communist, progressive Democrats that are in Congress right now and out on the national scene by their inaction. They don't care what we, the patriots, the citizens of America, think. They want to become, like you say, the toast of the cocktail scene in D.C. They want to walk around and be liked and loved and spoken highly of. But the Democrats aren't they don't care. But the Republicans care. They care what people think about them. They care what people say about them. They care what the papers write about them. The papers are never going to accept them. The communists are never going to accept them. But the Republicans like Thune and others, they don't care. They want to be loved by the press and by their fellow Democrats up there, because in their heart of hearts they're really Democrats. And I think we need to do something to try to get rid of them. We need to have better primaries, better vetting for our people, and we need to get out and support them. But you can't trust anything that the Democrats are doing, and you can't trust anything right now that the Senate leadership is doing to say they're trying to help us.
Oh, we don't have a Senate leadership. We have Democrat-communist collaborators.
I agree.
Well, we have collaborators. We don't have Senate Republican leadership. We have Democrat collaborators. That's what we have. Deal with it.
So I'm kind of fed up with them now. In some ways they're a smidge better than Democrat heavy. I mean, you're going Democrat light.
We're getting them out.
Voting for some of them.
John, we're getting them out. We get them all out. The next one to go, 28, John Thune. Say hello to Senator Kristi Noem. See ya, Thune. Rhino loser. They're collaborators. We'll be right back with your calls, 888-480-JOHN.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Money for the ballroom comes up for a vote. You're in Congress. Yay or nay?
Right now, I don't feel it's a priority, but the president, I think we could get a lot of use out of it.
There's two cards, red, green. There's only
Listen, I bleed red.
Are you going to vote yes or no for the ballroom? It's a simple question. Oh,
I don't think it'll ever hit the floor or hit a. There are other things that are priority before the ballroom.
So you're not going to answer the question. I mean, here's the problem. You're running for Congress. People want truth and clarity. I've given you two questions. You hedged on.
I don't think that the ballroom is a priority.
So you'd vote no.
See, this is the thing. I don't think it's a priority, but I will never go against the president. You can't.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
Run! It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the deplorables. Well, what a day we're having here. Got to get to your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Yes, Dan, you are correct about that. Kind of inside baseball here. But Dan absolutely nailed it. This segment brought to you by the Reform Action Fund. Why am I such a believer in the Reform Action Fund? Well, it's simple, okay? We got to do the right thing. The recidivism in this country is out of control. It's been that way for a long time. The Safer Supervision Act, which is now making its way through the House and through the Senate, is so critical. Now, the Safer Supervision Act fixes all of the waste that we have in the probation system. And when I talk about that is the First Step Act was giving people a second chance, those that didn't commit violent crimes, giving them an opportunity to earn their way out and get back in society and not commit additional crimes. And that's what the First Step Act did. The Safer Supervision Act is a natural progression from that. Many states have passed it. Virginia did, and I was 100% for it. And thank you, Governor Youngkin, for signing it. What the Safer Supervision Act does federally is if you're on supervised parole and your parole officer deems that you are not needing supervision, have a job, doing the right things, drug and alcohol free, all the great things that you're doing, that's perfect. Well, there's no reason to be supervised when that supervisor, that parole officer, could be spending his time on somebody that really needs supervision that might be at risk to himself or to others, right? That's the purpose of supervisory of the parole officers and supervision when you come out. But parole officers are overworked. They have 100 people. They should have 50. So if some of them they can cut loose because they're at no risk, we need to do that. And what they have to do is they have to make a recommendation to the judge that's in charge of them, and the judge reviews it. And if the judge says, yeah, you're right, this person's doing great, then they got 2 signatures, they're off supervision, and that parole officer can then focus on the people that need to be supervised. I mean, this has got to be the biggest no-brainer in history. And but, it's tough getting anything through the Senate because they suck, right? But we got to get this done. More information, visit safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com. This message has been paid for and authorized by the Reform Action Fund. And we thank them for getting behind this thing and giving me the opportunity to make people aware of this on air. So thank you for that. Safer Supervision Act. Line 3, let's get to Dave in Montpelier, Virginia. Dave, you're live.
Hey, good morning, John. Your psychological analysis this morning made me sit up in my chair, and I thought I'd add a little bit to it. In the Democratic Party, to me, you got 2 factions. The blue-haired chorus, which repeat the slogans, and some of them are violent, the Antifa children. And then you got the power brokers. The power brokers have decided that this goofball up in Maine is no longer winnable, so they're going to dump him. What puzzles me is that governor of Pennsylvania, that nasty guy who thought that Independence Hall was not important and they weren't going to participate. Thank God, Fetterman and the other guy said, you got to be crazy. What are your thoughts about the Pennsylvania incident?
Asshole. He's a total asshat. I don't even know what else to say. Thank God for Dave McCormick and John Fetterman stepping up. The State Fair exhibition for Pennsylvania is one of the best ones there that they put together. They got individual sponsors and donors. They got on the phone. They made calls. They got a bunch of people to donate to them. They put up a spectacular rendition of what Pennsylvania meant to the country's freedom, the Founding Fathers, Philadelphia, the Declaration of Independence, the Liberty Bell. And Josh Shapiro wouldn't participate, not because he doesn't believe in Pennsylvania, not because he hates Trump. Because in order to run for president, you have to be a Trump hater. Otherwise, you don't get any votes. So everybody's got to say, no, I hate him more. I hate the country more. This is why they're going to get beat in 28. Whoever they nominate is going to hate the country. And along with that, hate you, hate Christians, hate Catholics, hate Jews, hate freedom, hate everything. That's going to be their nominee. So Shapiro's a jackass. He's a jackweed. And so he doesn't have the balls. You know what he should have done? He should have had the biggest and best there and said, I don't care who's president. I love my country. I love my state. I love my Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I love what we've done. And it doesn't matter to me who's in the Oval Office. The people who elected President Trump, I'm going to try to beat him on the issues, but this has nothing to do with that. No, instead, they bow to the pressure. They kowtow to the libtard, left-wing fake news media, and they abandon the state fair. And McCormick and Fetterman stepped up in a bipartisan way. So thank you, Fetterman, and thank you, Dave. Great job. So I think he's a jackass.
Thank you, John.
Anything else?
The money brokers had to be behind there. We always have to look at the money and the power. That's what always behind the scene. He thought he was going to do better. You think he still thinks he's going to be president?
Yeah, he's an idiot. He has no pathway. He's at like 1%. Nobody cares, okay? Because he doesn't hate Trump enough. He doesn't hate him enough. I mean, they're gonna nominate the person here's who their nominee is gonna be. Who hates Trump the most, who hates America the most, who hates Christians the most, Catholics the most, Jews the most. That's gonna be their nominee. And Shapiro's, unfortunately for him, he's a Jew, so he can't win. Jews have no place now in the Democrat Party, except the Jew liberals will still vote for the communists that want to basically put their heads on sticks and annihilate them. This is how ridiculous they are. Let's vote for the people that wants my Jewish state to be annihilated by Iran with a nuclear bomb and by the Palestinians from sea to the whatever it is, river to the sea. Let's vote for them so they can kill me too. Brilliant plan. The leftist Jews in America are as ridiculous as the women in Maine voting for Plattner. They're equally absurd. You can't take them seriously. I'm a Jew. I'm not. I'm Catholic, but I'm just metaphorically. Let's see. I'm a Jew. I live in New York City. I'm going to vote for the guy that wants Israel to be annihilated, to cease to exist. If I have a relative there, they're gone too. I want to be pro-Palestinian so we can slaughter Jews on October 7th. Let's see what else. And then I want to close the synagogues. But hey, I'm going to vote for them. I'm going to vote for Mandami. And I'm going to vote for his wife, who during the 250 had to fly to Spain because she couldn't stomach seeing the celebration of America. I'm going to vote for that. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to define this. I'm in Maine. I'm an under 35-year-old white female, and I'm going to vote for the guy that has alleged to rape women. Alleged. And certainly went on abusive apps and things of that nature. That's the guy I want. Me Too? What about Me Too? Well, Me Too, but what about this other person he allegedly raped? Well, she's a Trump voter. She had it coming. I don't know what to say. I mean, I can't put it in any more starker terms. So is Shapiro going to be the Democrat nominee? Of course not. Guy's a Jew. No shot, dude. No shot. Besides, he doesn't hate enough. They're going to nominate a godless, communist, Jew-hating, Catholic-hating, Trump-hating, jihadist communist. That's who they're going to nominate. Deal with it. That's your party, guys. You Democrats, Taurus and them, listening to me, I got your text, Taurus. This is who you're going to nominate. You're not going to nominate somebody rational. You can't do it. I'm telling you, 250 was the breaking point for these people. It put them over the edge. This is why this is all pouring out now. They couldn't take it. They couldn't take the soccer team winning, the U.S. soccer team. Now they're happy they're out. They couldn't take that. They couldn't take the celebration. They couldn't take the fireworks. They couldn't take the love of America. They couldn't take the flags. They couldn't take it. The 250 celebration sent the communist jihadists in this country, the Democrats, into a collective meltdown. It was too much for them to bear. They just wanted to go away. They want to go back to Pride Month. Then they were happy. And they could go around with pride flags. I'm walking in the park during the Pride thing, McPherson Square. I mean, look, I have no problem. Just get out of my face. Don't push it on me. I have no problem. There's a bunch of them. They're walking around McPherson Square. They take off their tops. They're topless. I mean, well, I got no problem with it, right? I'm not complaining. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, what has that got to do with anything? You want to go in your pride and you're proud of your sexual orientation, that's fine. But why you take your top off? Like, what does that do? Like, what does that do for anything? I mean, it's like nothing they do, it can be reasonable. Everything has got to go over the top. Whatever, I just went and walked through the park and, went to the ABC liquor store and put in my baseball bet and came back. That's basically it. Unbelievable. 888-480-JOHN. Let's go to a couple of clips here. This has been a fun day. Everybody cancel, right? There is a God. There has to be a reason. Let's go to Cut 11. Here's Sonny Hostin on The View saying that the American flag is racist. Roll it.
And I said this on this show many, many years ago, because this is my 10th year on the show. And I said there are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community, and I suddenly feel unsafe because there is a section of this country that has co-opted the American flag, and they equate being an American or an American flag with white supremacy, and that should never be the symbol of white supremacy, but they have weaponized.
Because the flag belongs to all of us.
It does belong to all of us. But those men were wearing a flag on their hat.
You hear that? I saw the American flag. It made me feel unsafe. Wow. Let that sink in. Let that just sink in for a second. This is what we're dealing with. Cut 12, The View. Take a look.
And Mandani is so eloquent. I wish I could just gather my thoughts like that. I just, put my feelings on a cake. I think we have that picture. Can we show that picture? Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah. Message it, and it's a message, and I get to eat. That's where I'm at.
250 years. Yes. We can do better.
Let's do better.
So on the cake, it says, "We can do better, bitches." It's just hatred. I'm telling you, the 250 put him over the top. I just realized that the other day. This is why you're having this collective meltdown. They saw all these people that love their country and love their brother and love their neighbor and love the flag and love what we stand for, and it put them over the top. They couldn't deal with it. Here's this fraud Spamberger on the Democrat commies. Oh, we're a big tent. Oh, we're a big tent. What is your view, Abby, on Plattner? You got two daughters. What do you think about this, Abby? Another total coward. Woman is a total coward. Total. 15, Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger on the Big Tent. Roll it.
Some of the party's biggest primary victories recently, New York, now Colorado, have gone to candidates running more progressive agenda. I mean, are you concerned that the left is gaining power in your party?
I'm of the opinion that we are a big tent party. We've always been a big tent party. And certainly, I think that if you look to 2025, when Mikey Sherrill and I both won, she her primary, me, I ultimately didn't have a primary on the ballot. I think that various candidates resonate in various parts of the country. And I think that what will be the challenge when this new Congress comes in is that all those voices matter and in different ways. All of the conversations that are being had in various parts of the country, whether it's on a political spectrum or a regional spectrum, or a constituency needs spectrum, have to be taken into account. And I think that importantly, the goal of anyone who is running for Congress right now should be, on the Democratic side of the aisle, should be to win the majority.
So they're going to defend the Plattners of the world as the Big Tent. So the Big Tent including supporting candidates that could rape your daughter, allegedly rape your daughter, and you're okay with it? I guess in your Big Tent world, as long as they give you power, I guess it's just Abby, I guess it's just collateral damage for the greater good. Because really what this Plattner thing is, and the reason they stuck with him, if you really want to get to the bottom of this, you know, what's interesting, all our guests canceled today. There's God makes things, there's a reason for my 2-hour narrative here and taking these calls. If you really think about this, if you really think about the allegations against this guy, you really think deep and how the Democrats have handled this, especially the first one with the New York Times, the Trump lady. It's like, you know what? We need to beat Collins. We need power. Women got abused by him, allegedly raped or sexually abused, alleged. In the reports, interviews, whatever, allegedly. And so the Democrats' position here, without saying it, so I'm going to say it, just like I told you about the Trump woman had it coming. The second thing is, it's simply collateral damage for the greater good. Why don't you let that sink in for a second? As long as we can get power, a rape victim, sexual assault, abuse, women, abuse, Me Too, all doesn't matter. It's simply collateral damage for the greater good. So, Abby, if they rape your daughter, or you, it's collateral damage for the greater good. It's a big tent. It's fine. I mean, is that not what they're saying? Like, tell me here what I'm missing. For the liberals tuning in right now, tell me where your soul is here. Where's your soul? It's a big tent. They hate America. They hate Christians. They hate Catholics. They hate Jews. They abuse women. And it's for the greater good. Where is your soul? And the collective meltdown to 250 just exposed it. It's like you had a scab there and you ripped it off. And you couldn't take it. Your head's exploded. Because you're so filled with hate for this country and for God and for Christians, especially for Catholics. Like I'm sure you hate us more than just the average Christian, because Catholics are different. Regardless of what's going on in the church, Catholics are different. We preach, we want the gospel. We see a cross as a piece of wood, or a little bit different. Not bad, not good, not justifying it. Cross is a piece of wood. Crucifix. That's what we believe in as a Catholic. That's why they hate us. They hate us more than anything. Unbelievable. I mean, this stuff is, it is crazy. Crazy town, as Dan says, right? Absolutely unbelievable. She's a total fraud. Let's see what else we got here. I got a couple minutes. Dan, let's get to, I got to scroll down here to see exactly what I want. Plus calls 888-480-JOHN. Let's get to, we're going to go to, let's go to, this is 4 minutes. It's too long. Let's go to Speaker Johnson on the rise of communism. Cut 6.
Communism, and everybody needs to wake up.
Well, you talk about all the things that they're for, and the Democrats are having to have this internal fight over how much of this they're going to allow. They keep saying that they have a big tent, but do you think they internally understand what their party is facing?
I think quietly, the Democrat establishment on Capitol Hill understands that, but they feel powerless to stop it, because if they stand up and say this is wrong, the problem they have is the energy, the excitement, the money, the grassroots is on the side of the insurgent left. And this is a threat that we have never seen before in the elected system of our government. Ronald Reagan used to warn about communism. He talked about it, that it was a distant threat across the world. And now the barbarians are inside the gate. So this election cycle is for all the marbles, Shannon. This is not your father's Democrat Party. That party's long gone.
Well, you've got your own GOP stuff to deal with. Politico puts it this way: intra-party fights, tight margins, election year pressures with.
Oh, who cares? It's just so cute. Who cares? Okay, intra-party fights. Who cares? Johnson nailed it. The communists are inside the gate. They're now in your house. You either get them out or you move out and hand them the keys. Eat out of the proverbial garbage can. Pick one. It's tough to be with me today because I'm always right. I'm sorry I'm always right. Dan, I'm sorry. It's not easy being me. Come on, I'm kidding, folks. I'm kidding. Don't send me nasty, bitter chats and stuff in caps. I'll be right back. The West Virginia gang's next.
I think we're getting much closer than people realize, and President Putin wants it to end. I will tell you that very strongly. A good call. And President Zelensky actually wants it to end now. And we're going to be going to NATO, and we're going to be talking about it. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it ended. It's been a terrible situation.
The White House says Mr. Trump will meet with the Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit tomorrow. Supporters are fleeing Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner as a former girlfriend becomes the latest person to level serious allegations against him, accusing the man with the Nazi tattoo of sexual assault.
Ginny Rassicott told Politico that she'd been in an on and off relationship with Plattner, but says she cut off contact after that night and told him the incident was not consensual. Plattner posted a video on his social media campaign account saying,
"Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false."
Plattner has canceled a number of town halls.
We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
Plattner is seeking to unseat Maine's Republican Senator Susan Collins. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
It's a long road to recovery for earthquake-shattered Venezuela, where some 17,000 people have been left homeless. SRN News and our parent company Salem Media partnering with Christian nonprofit Food for the Poor to rush emergency aid to victims of the tragedy. Listeners wanting to help can find an online banner at the top of our website, srnnews.com. Ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street, the Dow futures 225 points higher. NASDAQ futures down almost 300 points. Townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Explosions rock Damascus as the French president visits Syria. He wasn't hurt, but 18 other people were injured.
France's Emmanuel Macron had entered the presidential palace to meet Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa,
when the explosions happened, where local media report Macron was staying. The French president's office says he's safe and that his meeting with al-Shara was continuing. Macron's the first major Western leader to visit Syria since al-Shara came to power, his visit coming before he heads to the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. State media, citing an unnamed security official, says the two blasts in the heart of the capital were caused by explosive devices. A large plume of smoke could be seen from the site. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
A Paris appeals court has cleared the way for far-right leader Marine Le Pen to possibly run for the French presidency next year. However, she must wear an electronic bracelet, which she has said is a non-starter. Townhall.com. Spain knocks out a neighbor to advance to the 8th round of the World Cup in Arlington, Texas.
Fans watching in Madrid, Spain roared as Mikel Merino scored the single goal to defeat Portugal a few seconds into extra time, sending Spain to the World Cup quarterfinals. Merino was doubtful to even make the squad after injuries and didn't take the field until the 85th minute, but he showed some of the brilliance that helped Arsenal win its first Premier League title in more than 20 years. When he got knocked down, he got back up again, and then as a Portugal player argued the foul, he drove towards the goal, took a pass from Ferran Torres, and blasted the ball past Portugal's goalkeeper. Spain advances to the quarterfinals for the first time since winning its only World Cup title in 2010 in South Africa. I'm Jennifer King.
No World Cup title for the U.S. The Americans fell to Belgium 4-1. The loss came after President Trump successfully went to bat for a suspended American player. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
You are on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being with us today. As always, coming to you from Washington, D.C. We are live. We are ready to go. We've got the Mountaineer Mavericks coming up. Larry Pack is going to be joining us. He's the state treasurer. So a lot of good things going on right here. And this segment brought to you by my good friend Barry Draper, who basically designed that song that plays at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. So we love doing that. Good job on that, Barry. And also sponsored by his company, Mountaineer Healthcare. And, you get complete and comprehensive coverage from Mountaineer Healthcare. Whether you own a business or you're an individual, this is something to take a really good look at, like Anna and I have. You get complete comprehensive coverage. Now, you get this: hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. Now, they operate in Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia. It's a great company to be involved in. Also, Tennessee. That's why I got them. All my states, they're there. This is a great program because you get access to a national PPO network for low $15 copay visits. Now, if you need quick care, unlimited telemedicine also included. If you need your prescriptions covered, they're good there too. They've got a fully tiered prescription drug plan for you. Now, whether you need an individual plan for yourself or group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you some serious money. Now, you can save up to 35% from unsubsidized healthcare plans with less coverage. How's that shake you? 35% savings for better coverage. Wow. Biggest no-brainer in history. My good guy, my good friend, Barry Draper's got it figured out. The kicker is you're going to save money and get better coverage. Real savings for real working Americans. Now, I got two ways to get in touch with them. You can call them, put that up in the Chiron, Dan, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742, or you can visit mountaineerhealthplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthplan.com. Again, mountaineerhealthplan.com, or you can call them at 833-752-6742, and you are good to go. Okay, we're trying to get Larry Pack on, but he's not been able to figure out, I guess, an issue. Dan, I would go ahead and text him on his phone. Probably he's not answering because he's waiting for us to let him in, and he doesn't know how to do that. So go ahead and text him. Anyway, let's get to the Mountaineer Mavericks, Dan. Let's get everybody on so I know who's on. I know we've got my good friend Mike Oliverio is with us. He's running for re-election in the Morgantown area. That's going to be a very tough race, but I'm there for him 100%. We need Mike back in the state Senate in West Virginia. This is my key guy for 2026. He's got to win that race, working hard. Great guy. We need him in the Senate. Thanks for being with us, Mike. Also with us is Gino Gino, good to see you today. Where's your glasses? No glasses today?
No glasses this morning. No glasses. We're focused. Don't need them.
No glasses for Gino. Gino, a delegate, District 78, and also joining us by popular demand, Chris Rose, Senate District 2. Chris, great to have you with us.
Great to be here, John. Glad to be here.
Listen, and hopefully we'll get State Treasurer Larry Pack on in a couple of minutes after they figure it out. Now, let's get right to what matters, right, in West Virginia. First of all, I went to the state fair. I don't know if any of you guys were there, but I thought the West Virginia State Fair exhibit was the best one in the country. You guys did a super job. I love the Ferris wheel. I mean, it's mobile, but it's big. That was fun. And also, I saw your ads running. Where did I see them yesterday? Oh, that's right. I'm a Astros fan, so I went to the Astros Nationals game with Ann. Of course, we got beat, whatever. But right up there in the on the scoreboard, they had ads for Visit West Virginia in the summer, and they had a website, westvirginia.com or something. So you
John, we're really excited, particularly this summer, about all the attention coming to West Virginia. I think it started this spring with the success of the West Virginia University baseball team. And Chris played college baseball back in the day, so he knows a little bit about that game. And we just got a lot of attention during that run. And our song, Country Roads by John Denver, has really taken off. And, the United States soccer team celebrated with that song during their big victory. And we hate that they lost and they're out of it now, but they made an incredible run. And yes, Washington, D.C. is a key tourism market for West Virginia. And we want the folks to leave those hot concrete streets and come over to the cool mountains, play in West Virginia, enjoy our state. And so you'll see that advertising at some of the metro stations. The one very close to your office has West Virginia advertising and the Nationals games and other activities. New York is another area where West Virginia is spending more money. We put about $8 million into advertising in New York and have seen a great return on that tourism investment. So West Virginia is a great place to come and play, get out in the mountains, enjoy all the whitewater rafting and hiking and all that kind of stuff. Our treasurer, Larry Pack, he's an incredible hiker. He likes to do all that stuff too and look at all the waterfalls. We have a waterfall tour. People can sign up to move through the state and look at all the waterfalls in our state. So lots of things going on in West Virginia.
You want to be the ambassador for the Chamber of Commerce.
Hey, I love West Virginia.
You're really good at this. I mean,
great state. We're small. We're nimble. We can change quickly. We can take on initiatives and solve problems. And our financial house is in order. And I think that's what our treasurer is here to talk about today.
Well, yeah, that and some politics going on. But the advertisement at the Nationals game, that was pretty fun. Much to my chagrin, my team got beat last night. But I still like the ads. They looked better though when we were ahead. As soon as we got behind, the ads didn't look as good to me. I'll just be honest. But the ads did look good when we were winning 6-1 and got beat. So Larry, financial stability, West Virginia. We had this discussion a week ago. Patrick Morrissey came in, the governor, and said, you know what? We don't have a surplus. We got a deficit. We got to tighten our belt. Don't know what Justice's numbers were, but they didn't add up to me. He said there was a deficit. Then the panel last week said, well, it was not really a deficit. When Justice went to the Senate and Morrissey came in, what was the financial state of West Virginia then, and what is it now? Larry Pack, West Virginia treasurer, also state committee man.
Hey, glad to be on this morning. I think a lot of what happened as Governor Morrissey came into the term of office, he had a learning curve, and so when he came in, he thought that there was a deficit, and I think over the last 18 months or 20 months, he's been educated that West Virginia is very sound financially. We left office we gave him surplus when Governor Justice went to D.C. It's the same $300 or $400 million surplus we've seen the last 3 years. So there's nothing really changed other than Governor Morsi and his team has finally got a grasp on the budget. We're going well. We're financially stable in West Virginia. We absolutely could be better, but we can always be better. But without a doubt, we're in good shape financially. West Virginians are conservative financially, always have been. Our pension funds are basically fully funded. Our rainy day funds are on the top in the country. We have a lot to be proud of.
What about Chris Rose? Let's bring in Senator Rose, District 2, Fairmont, also one of my state senators. I got all my favorite people on. So, Chris, by the way, Chris, congratulations on your new job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I do have a new job, return to the coal industry. I'm now working in a corporate executive position with ACNR, so definitely give me some more flexibility to be a state senator. But no, Larry, Treasurer Pack is correct here. We had a surplus coming in, and there was some, changing of the guard, so to speak. You have a learning curve with that. Every governor, has a learning curve their first year in. And we've been able to see those surpluses continue despite having income tax cuts. We trimmed another 10%, and hopefully we still see the $300 to $400 million year-over-year surplus. We continue chipping away at that till we get that number to the big, beautiful number of zero.
How do you get the income tax down to zero? We've talked about this every single week, but you haven't been on the show, and I know, Krista, you've been one of the biggest proponents of getting the income tax down to zero. And I think if you do that, the sucking sound you're going to hear is businesses like ours relocating out of where we are in Virginia to West Virginia, just get out of that tax. How do you guys do that realistically? And then we'll go to Gino.
I think sorry, go ahead, Chris.
So realistically, one, you have to be able to cut waste as much as you can, but you can't get to zero by just cutting alone. You do have to grow your economy. We have to continue what the Republicans have been working on the last 10 years by making West Virginia the best place to do a business. Whether it be the speed of permitting, whether it be regulatory reform, we have to be economically better than every state that we touch, but we also have to be in the top 5 in all these categories in the nation. So as energy chairman, one thing I like to focus on, obviously, is I'm focused heavy on energy. We have to, we see this big demand coming for power consumption in America as President Trump's bringing manufacturing back from overseas with the build out of data centers. You see all these things that are going to be heavy users of energy. Well, how does West Virginia economically compete with that on the national stage, which creates those jobs that gets the money to get the income tax to zero? We have to be faster on permitting approval. Right now, Texas is the fastest in the country with a 180-day approval. West Virginia has a 2 to 3 year process. We're not even in the top 10 in speed of approval for new generation. So therefore, there's a lot of business that doesn't look at our state. So that's one of the things I'm going to lead the charge on next session is to make West Virginia the fastest in the country to approve new generation because we have the energy underneath our feet. So let's get the speed of approval to unleash it.
What do you think about that, Gino?
I think that's all part of the grand plan here. I think that since Republicans took over the legislature a couple of years ago, they got right to work immediately. And the dramatic shift in the composition of the legislature shows that the people are happy with what they've seen. Republican policies work, conservative policies work, but we can't stop. We can't rest on our laurels. We have to continue with the progress that we've made. We have to continue with bringing in companies. We have to continue with making sure people are hired. We have an impending demographic crisis, I think, we have an older generation. We have to stop the brain drain. We have to give young people a reason to be here. And I think what Senator Rose just talked about making it easier for companies to come here and set up shop, well, that gives younger people a reason to stay and work. We have things that are happening here. Senator Oliverio and I have a 1,200 megawatt power plant coming in the next couple of years right here in Monongalia County. But we have to continue to, pedal to the metal here. And Chris is right. We need to increase the speed of business.
Larry, how do you compete with Texas got 180 days, and it takes West Virginia a minimum of a 2-year period to get these permits. How do you compete with that? I mean, you're trying to be the energy center of the world, and you've got a 5x delay over Texas.
Well, we've got this top-down government system in West Virginia that makes it hard to do business, and talking a lot about energy, but it really doesn't matter what type of business we talk about. We have a lot of protectionism in West Virginia. We got most things you have to come to Charleston and ask for permission to do this and do that. Until we just break away that bureaucracy and get rid of that bureaucracy, it's going to continue to be tougher and tougher for people to do business. And business goes where it's easiest. They go to where it's easier. And that's why, if you're talking about, it doesn't matter what you're talking about data centers. When you go around our border, you see data centers everywhere. Why? Because it's easier. I spent last week 2 days in Northern Virginia, and you see all these businesses in Northern Virginia. Why? Because it's easier. So geographically, we just have to. We got the right geographic, but we don't have the right policies, the right permissions. I'm after that. The last section,
Oh, you're breaking up, Larry. We're going to get Dan. Dan's going to get you to log out and log back in so we get a clearer connection from that. Guys, I'm going to turn this to let's get to politics for a second. By the way, I was really looking forward to this segment. Great to get Chris back on now that you're a little more flexible. So thank you. And I guess Mike Hyde is missing today. We got Helton. He's off on vacation. So it's always good to have you guys with us. But let's get to politics, okay? I'm determined to win these races. So I'm just going to get Rose's take. How do we win? You guys are not aligned on everything. You guys have some differences. But Chris, I got to get Oliverio reelected in Morgantown, right? It's a swing district. I got to save the seat. I got a major company there. How do we get Oliverio over the top to win this seat? Chris Rose.
So it's a two-part message that I think Mike will do quite well. One is where we have been through the last 90 years when Democrats are in the legislature, what we've been able to accomplish in the 10 years in improving the cost of affordability in West Virginia and creating economic opportunities, and the trajectory that we're currently on is the right direction. And the message is simple. We can't afford to go back to 90 straight years of Democrat socialist control to where it ran business into the ground and quite frankly ran it out of our state. And it's a very stark contrast. You have one who's the Republican in this race, Mike, who is promoting economic growth and opportunity. And you have the Democrat socialists who will be returning to the failed policies of yesteryear that has resulted in many of this categories and rankings of the state being 50 out of 50, whether it be education, whether it be in business friendliness or whatever it was at the time. When we took over this, we ranked 50 out of 50 in every measurable economic factor. And we have turned that tide. And we're actually now one of the top 10 in far as forward looking to do business in the country. And Mike's been part of that. And it's a stark contrast in the two policies. And I think he needs to deliver that, because the type of district he has, he can't really focus on the social issues in his district. He has to be purely economic, affordability, what we can do to create jobs, keep young Mountaineers here, keep our young men and women here, and have those beautiful Mountaineer babies here at home. That's what he's got to drive home. That's the policy message that's going to win in Senate District 13. And Mike has a very long history of being able to tout to actually be able to accomplish that.
Are you going to drive down 79 with me and campaign for Mike?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a no-brainer race. I mean, I'm not going to abandon we call each other co-senators. We don't share the district, but we do share a county. We share 2 counties, in fact. And, he's been very good to help me when I've needed it. So I'm obviously going to help Mike. I mean, this is a clear cut for me. Anything that Mike needs or you need, John, just let me know. I'm here to help him deliver a big win in November. We got to hold on to this seat. We have to make sure that when we come out of this race in November, it is going to be 33-1 in the state Senate. And then in 2 more years, we're going to pluck that last one left. And it's going to be a big, beautiful 34-0.
I know the other state senator. What's his name in Fairmont? The other guy, Jimmy something. What's his name again?
That's Joey Garcia.
Joey Garcia. I said this on the show like 3 times. It's really annoying because I have an office in Fairmont, so he's kind of my state senator also. I called the guy 3 times. He never returned my call. Texted him, no response. Called his office, no response. Called his law firm, no response. I mean, come on, dude, return my call. I'm your constituent. Unbelievable. I don't know how these guys get away with this. Doesn't do crap for me or for anybody. Doesn't even return your call. I mean, you call Oliverio, the guy, I don't care if you're a Democrat or whatever, he's going to return your call. They got just return the call. Just text me and said, hey, you're Republicans, screw off. I'm good with that. It's like return my call. Unbelievable. I can't wait to get that guy out, man. But see, Mike, we're bringing everybody together to
I
help.
like it. I like it, John. Chris and I talk during the session a lot. His office is just right down the hall from mine. And we talk about how, our districts, are very close to one another. And so in Monongalia County, the citizens that I don't represent, he represents. And in Marion County, the citizens I don't represent in Marion County, he represents. But even though they're the same counties, the types of folks that live in those different areas and their political leanings and their priorities are different. And so Chris and I talked at different times where, hey, we have to vote differently on an issue to represent our constituents. But that doesn't need to divide us on everything else that we work on. And I think Chris, while he's a young man and he's new to politics, he's very mature in that regard, that he recognizes political realities and he's pragmatic and has been helpful to me. He goes off on some tangents sometimes, and I say, Chris, that bird will not fly in my district. And he says, I get it, but I want to do it. So go, try that. And I think it's helped us to have a good relationship. And Gino's great to work with as well. Gino's House district sits within my Senate district. So we represent the same people and we work together. We helped remodel a community center by directing Senate and House funds into that community center, helped it become handicap accessibility for elderly and disabled folks. And we've helped support the Boy Scout camp. There's a big Boy Scout camp in our district. And we've helped with funding there. Hundreds of kids from all over the country come in the summer. There's 260 kids there today, John. If you want to stop up and visit them at the Boy Scout camp, they might even let you climb the wall. They have a huge climbing tower. Gino's been up to the top before. I've looked at it from the bottom.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can climb the wall. I'm very proud of the fact, though, that I've brought my two friends together, Chris Rose and Mike Oliverio. I think this is the best work I've done in West Virginia. I'm so happy you guys are together because you both need each other. We need you guys on the same page, and we got to win this race. Gino, speaking of races, you're in a tough district too. How's that look?
I think things are looking pretty well right now. I've been following my Democrat opponent relatively closely. Don't know if he's got the strongest instinct for it, to be honest, but certainly not taking anything for granted. So I think that what Senator Oliverio and Senator Rose pointed out, when it comes to Monongalia County, it doesn't really feel like we have individual districts up here, whether it's delegates versus House, because Senator Oliverio covers 95% of my House district, and Senator Rose covers the very top 5%. That's where I live. So Senator Rose is technically my direct senator, but it feels like we're all representatives of Monongalia County together. That's the dynamic that we have up here. So it's a diverse economy, whether you're talking about Cheat Lake in the Northeast or you're talking about Blacksville and Maysville out towards the west where Senator Rose and Delegate Joe Statler are. We're a team. We're a team. And I think that we've got a great functionality together. I think we work very well together. We still have 3 Democrats that come from Morgantown. Going to be honest, those are probably going to be pretty tough to flip. I don't know if that's necessarily in the cards, but I think that we have a great working relationship, and I think that Morgantown and Monongalia County have strong Republican representation.
I think if you don't,
I'll be biased, but
I think if you don't flip in 26, you're going to flip in 2028, where that's going to be the Republican year in West Virginia, no doubt about it. And I think that's when you get rid of your final state senator as well, because the other race, Huntington's over. I mean, I talked to Miller the other day. He's up big, according to his polling, and he's very popular there. So I think you're in good shape there. Let's get to the elephant in the room. I know we've talked about this, but now this is real. Okay, guys, I gotta lay this out. I wish we had Pac on. It's one of the reasons I got him on today. Justice is running for governor. There is no doubt about it, guys. I have heard this now from too many people. I said this a week ago. It's even gotten more demonstrative, right? I mean, he's planning a campaign to run against Patrick. Here's the concern I've got. First of all, I like Patrick. I backed him. I'll back him again. Done. But Justice is going to beat him. They got internal polling numbers that show him up big if he comes back and runs for this seat. And then my concern is, does it tear? I mean, the party in West Virginia is in such a good spot now. Does it tear it? I mean, how do we survive that? I'll go to Rose. Because it is inevitable.
So I do think the party will survive it. I mean, we saw a very heavily contested, I'll point back to 24. You had a very contested 2024 gubernatorial primary that had a lot of well-funded candidates, had good name ID. And I mean, I think Patrick Morrissey was the top vote getter with like the mid-30s. He didn't even get a 50% consensus in that primary because there was a lot of heavyweights that were competing for the Republican nomination. And we've came together since then, and we've done income tax cuts. We've done regulatory reform. We've been able to accomplish some things in the 2 years despite that. I mean, not everybody's horse won that primary, but everybody was able to come together. And I think, if U.S. Senator and former Governor Justice does run against Patrick Morrissey for governor, I think obviously there'll be a primary process. People will back both factions. But at the end of the day, whenever the Republican nominee emerges, I do think the Republican Party will rally behind that nominee to continue what we've been accomplishing for the last 10 years here, which is creating jobs for West Virginians, cutting taxes, reducing size of government. I just still think at the end of the day, the mission is more important than the name at the top. I just think, if this movement that's happening in West Virginia is bigger than one candidate. Now, to your point, former Governor Justice has extremely high approval ratings, probably even higher than Donald Trump in many cases. Don't know necessarily how that he's an anomaly, right? West Virginians just extremely relate to him, so he's a formidable candidate for anybody. And well as I do, John, and I'm also a good friend of Patrick Morrissey's, but I do think that former Governor Justice will give him all he wants and then some in a primary.
So, is there any way Morrissey survives a primary? Because the primary challenge is going to happen. All right, barring a health issue, it's a done deal. Morrissey is going to get challenged by Justice. Mike Oliverio, Senator Oliverio, is there a pathway for Patrick to survive this?
My focus, and I tend to agree with you, and the conversations I've had do appear to confirm the fact that Justice is very, very serious about running and may well run. But remember, that is the spring of 2028. And even if successful in the fall of 2028, won't take office until January of 29. We're sitting here in the middle of 2026. We have a governor that has 2.5 years left on his term. And West Virginia can't wait for justice at this point. We need to collectively work with Governor Morrissey and continue to move the ball forward the way we were the past few years. And that's going to be my focus. I know both of them well. I want to see us be successful in this general election in 2026. I want us to have a couple successful legislative sessions in 27 and 28. And then in the spring of 28, we can pick our favorite player in the Republican primary for governor. But we can't really let that kind of dominate what's going on now.
It's a good answer. Gino?
I think that Senator Oliverio is correct, although we can't forget about the election that we're currently in, because I have heard through the grapevine that some of the Democrat currently elected officials are in Charleston talking about how they're preparing to pick up 40 or so seats this November. They're not joking when they say things like this. So I think that is, frankly, delusional in a lot of ways. But we can't get complacent. We have to ensure that we win big in November. But coming down the pipeline, one thing that I've noticed about Governor Morrissey is it seems like that when it comes to him running, he's got the highest floor but the lowest ceiling when it comes to percentage of vote share. He's got this very, very loyal 30 to 35% or so. And I think his success comes in consolidating his base in contested primaries. If he's facing a one-on-one down the line, especially against a titan like Justice, I think that's going to be a problem for Patrick.
Well, I'm in that 35%, but the problem is it's 35%. You nailed it. And if there were additional candidates, I think that 35% is an immovable object. Like,
John, I think there will be some people that talk about getting in that race, but if it really comes down to Justice and Morrissey, I would probably be surprised if any really credible candidates
I agree.
go ahead and jump in there. I think people will talk about it and people will fundraise and they'll try and create a little energy and enthusiasm. But my guess is if Justice files pre-candidacy papers at some point in 2027, puts his name on the ballot in January of 28, and shows full speed ahead, and Morrissey, of course, doing the same, already fundraising now. I think the others will back out, and that kind of race might favor Justice. I think one of the things with Morrissey was four people, like Chris said, there were 4 people in that primary, and that may have helped Morrissey, in the 24 primary.
I agree with all the assessments. I think if it's one-on-one, I mean, Gino, that was great analysis. He's got 35% is an immovable object. I'm one of them. But that's 30. The problem with it, it's 35%. It's not 50%. So therein lies his issue. Look, I'm not, I don't get the Justice. What is it that he's got there? I just don't get it. Kind of the saying I've got was not what he's going bankrupt in the Greenbrier, and somebody called in my show the other day, and I'm like, why is Justice so popular? And he says, well, because of his theme song, I'm just like you, I get repo too. I mean, it's just like, I don't know what the guy's power is, but everybody I talk to there says that if it's a one-on-one, Patrick is in big trouble. So we'll see what happens. But it is, like, to Mike's point, it's far away. Chris,
Justice, John Justice, he's a populist, and I think he relates to the everyday West Virginian. And to be honest, he surrounded himself with some pretty good people. Larry Pack being one of those. And I think those of us in state government who needed things from the governor's office or needed things from state agencies, we were able to go to those good people and get resolution on issues impacting our constituents. And I think that was Justice's strength, that he brought in some really quality people. His chief of staff, Brian Abraham, went over to Washington with him for a year or so, and now is president of one of the power companies in West Virginia. So obviously those folks have a lot of confidence in him. But other folks throughout state government, he brought some folks in who were willing to roll up their sleeves and work hard. And I think people related to that.
What is your assessment, Senator Rose?
I think he's right. So one of the things that's not been talked about yet on why Justice is so popular compared to some other people that may run for governorship is the West Virginia culture. He is a West Virginian. He's a lifelong West Virginian. He does things that he just acts like, talks like, looks like a West Virginian. He hunts, he fishes, he's very outdoorsy. He's people call us folksies by the way we talk, and he just sounds like he's authentic in that regard. And I may not agree with all of his policy positions. I mean, I do think he was a pretty good governor, but I'm like you. I'm in that 35%. I'm a Patrick Morrissey guy, but at the end of the day, Patrick Morrissey, to what other people talked about, one of the things that has not been talked about is while I like him, he doesn't come off as an authentic West Virginian. And and I've even told him that's one of those things where if you would embrace West Virginia culture, be seen doing some West Virginia things, and don't just do it during election season. Just embrace it as part of your learning of the state. And for the record, he's been in the state for a very long time now, but he's not originally from here. But to voters, that matters if you embrace the culture. That's not a political issue per se, but it's still of becoming one of us, becoming that adopted West Virginian. And Jim Justice, much to his credit, the very thing that becomes West Virginia, he lives and he breathes it. I mean, it's every part of every one of his walk of life. And that was what makes him so relatable to so many West Virginians.
No doubt about it. Whatever it is, he's got a mystique, and he'll likely, if he does run, likely be the gubernatorial nominee. But it sounds like you guys are pretty confident that the party will get put back together. We'll all move on, and we'll be good from there. Rose mentioned this getting these permits down. It's the first time I heard this, from 2 to 3 years to 180 days like Texas. Well, explain, Senator Oliverio, how do you do that? Like, what is the procedure within Charleston to get that done?
Well, I think you have to make some changes to your Public Service Commission. You have certain notice requirements. Things have to be given notice for 30 days, 60 days, and they kind of stack up a little bit. And when you put all those things together, that's how you get those long lines. So what you end up having to do is try and shorten each of those pieces so that then your total length is shorter. And you want to give people an opportunity to do filings and things that have to be done. But I think that maybe the place to start is just looking at what Texas does and seeing how we can make changes to get closer to something like that. The public needs input. Your state Division of Environmental Protection needs to research and do permitting. So it can't all be about short and speed. It's also got to be done right. But when you see something like that, you say, wow, maybe we are, as Senator Rose said, maybe we're missing the boat here, and we need to try to amend things. Now, some of these projects require an enormous amount of financing, and separate and apart from permitting, that takes time too. So if you can get the permitting done a little faster, then those folks putting up the financing feel a little bit more comfortable that, hey, this project's a go. It's not speculative, still waiting on the permitting. So that helps you too, to get the financing if the permitting is behind you.
Yeah, but what is the pathway? I mean, how soon can it get done? Because what you say, Chris, makes sense, especially because we spent the last 3 weeks on data centers. And of course, the champion of data centers of all time is incoming, I hope, Senator Chris Miller, that he wants to be the data center of the globe in West Virginia. And everybody else, every other state I have on, they all hate data centers. They all want them to go away. It's become a political football. If you're opposed to data centers, you're going to win, right? Everybody hates them except West Virginia. So we already talked about that. But what is the process of I mean, who do you, when you get to Charleston, how do you just say, we got to get back to 180 days? What is the mechanism for that? I'm still not clear.
So we'd have to change the state code. The current state code for the Public Service Commission for an issue of a certificate for generation is a 2 to 3 year process, and we have to just change the state code.
But how do you change it? What is the process to change it?
Just like any other piece of legislation, introduce a bill, which I have it ready to go. I introduced it late last session. I didn't have time to move last session, but I already have it ready to go. And we introduce it very first thing this upcoming session, and we're going to put it on the agenda in the Senate Energy Committee. We're going to have that discussion, have a vote on it, and it'll probably have to go to Judiciary as well. It'll be double referenced in the Senate, and if it passes the Senate, it'll repeat the same process in the House. But here's the problem that we have to address with this. Whether data centers are built here or not, they're going to be built in the United States of America, and somebody's going to have to power them. And West Virginia is the energy hub for the United States. We need to regain our destiny as the energy outlet for the entire East Coast. We have the coal, we have the natural gas, we have the capability of even doing nuclear down the road. We have to unleash that energy, and we have to get these approvals for these projects. So Gino talked about the 1.2 gigawatt gas plant in Matesville. And then it's in my district, and it's in our county. Well, there is 0 current baseload generation gas plants in West Virginia. There's 5 on the books being approved, pending permit approval right now, including that one. There's a 1.6 gigawatt coal plant in Grant County, pending that permit approval. I would much rather get it to 180 days and get this approved under President Trump than the rolling of the dice under, God forbid, if 28 went wrong and we had a Democrat president, these projects get canceled because we took too long to get them approved. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand you still got to do due diligence, but we're talking about gas plants and coal plants. We're not reinventing the wheel. I mean, these plants are going to be very similar to new coal plants and gas plants that are being constructed elsewhere. So it shouldn't take 2 to 3 years to do your due diligence. I do think with the right resources, 180 days is more than enough time to make sure that all these projects are on the up and up, get them approved under this current Trump administration, and not miss this opportunity to regain our destiny as an energy powerhouse in this country.
I mean, 180 days is 6 months. That's a long time. 6 months is a long time to do your due diligence. Do you have the votes, Chris, to pass this in the Senate?
I certainly believe I do. I've had conversations with a lot of my colleagues, and this is nothing new for us, like speeding up processes, because Oliverio, he's been in the Senate a lot longer than I have, and they've already been doing this in a lot of other regulatory reforms. This energy has been one that's not been touched yet, and I do believe that we would have the support in our caucus to get this done. And I know I've already talked about with incoming Senator Chris Miller, and he's like, "Do we have the votes to get it to 90 days?" I'm like, "Well, I certainly would be on board with that, but we have to talk with our PSC and our DEP to see if they would have the resources to do that. If not, what can we do to get it there? Because I agree with it. If we can get it to 90, that makes us that's 3 months. That would make us the fastest in the country and make us number one economically in that regard. And when you're number one, that's when you start getting everybody's attention. So I think we have an appetite for 180 days, but if we can get it to 90, you know me, John, I like to be aggressive and I like to push things. We'll see how that conversation goes. But right now, we definitely have support to get it to 180 days.
That's epic.
Hey, John, this reminds me of a book I read 40 years ago. Lee Iacocca became the president of Chrysler. He gathered together his engineers and his team, and he said, "We need a convertible. We need to compete in that space." And they laid out the scenario with the engineering, the design, the manufacturing, the marketing, all the things that needed to be done to get a Chrysler convertible on the market. And it was 36 months. And Lee Iacocca looked at the group and he said, "Go downstairs to the shop floor and cut the roof off a LeBaron and put a convertible on it. And I want it in 6 months." That's what they did. And it's that kind of discussion where you have to have leadership that says, "Hey, we're going to the moon. Hey, we're making a convertible. Hey, we're going to approve permits quickly and get people to work." So
are you in favor? Are you in favor of Rose's bill?
I'll support reforms. Yes.
Yeah, but will you back the 180?
Chris has heard me say it before, and Gino's heard me say it. I live at 123 Main Street in reality. That's where I live. And in reality, where I live, I know we will need new transmission lines, new pipelines, new power generation. It's just our job as legislators to make sure it's done in a responsible way. So that's our goal. It's not our job to oppose all of those kinds of projects because some voices among us don't want certain things. We just have to find a way to do those things responsible, because in reality, people want a gas line. People want to be able to have electricity. People want heat in the winter, and they want the air conditioner.
But at the end of the day, would you vote for Chris Rose's 180-day?
Yeah, if again, like I said, if we can do it in a responsible way, if you can go through that process, take out the timelines that aren't necessary, work with our DEP and say, "Hey, this needs to be done quicker. Does this piece need to be done at all?" And you work through that.
If that passes the Senate, Gino, can it get through the House?
I don't see why not. I think that's really in line with a lot of the House's priorities as of late. It'll have to go through our Energy Committee, of course, and both of our Energy Committee chairmen, the chair and vice chair, lost their primary election. So we need to restructure our Energy Committee a little bit, but I can't imagine why something like that would have too hard of a time. I think the hardest part about getting bills through the process in the 60-day session is the fact that it's a 60-day session. A lot of terrific ideas never see the light of day just because we're so crunched for time. I have 99 other colleagues trying to get their bills passed. The senators have, 33 other colleagues trying to do the exact same thing. So Chris, as the energy chairman over in the Senate, he's got a lot of pull. He can certainly make it happen, but I don't see something like that if it comes over to the House and it makes it onto an energy agenda. I don't see why we'd have any problems with that. Getting things done and getting things done faster, I think that needs to be our mantra.
When do you guys convene again?
We go back in January, second Wednesday in January, 15th, something like that.
Right. It's our goal to move at the speed of business, not the speed of government.
Oh God, too much, guys. The 180 days. I mean, you got to bring that out there, Chris, because like you're trying to be the energy center of the globe, and you got a 3-year process. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like you just can't do it. I'm in Washington D.C. I'm a layman, right? So I'm not involved in you guys, but just sitting here as a commentator, it's like, okay, I want to get all these data centers. I got to get the energy. I want to be the data center leader. Then I want to be the energy leader, but then I have a 3-year process to get anything approved. Well, you can't, it doesn't work. It's insane as far as I'm concerned. So sounds like your top priority in there, that and getting rid of the income tax. All right, let's get to the other issue going on in West Virginia. I'm going to get to the Trump accounts, right? That was just launched yesterday. Every West Virginian baby that came into the earth that they can get a Social Security number for between January of 25 and December 31st of 27 gets $1,000 from the government. Tax-free money is in their account. How do you get every new parent in West Virginia, regardless of where they are, what their economic situation is, to be aware of this and take advantage of it? Mike Oliverio.
Well, I think you promote it just like anything else. You know, I recall when the CHIP program came along, the Children's Health Insurance Plan, and the state government put out a variety of promotional items and, you know, little booths at county fairs and those kinds of things. I think all of that helps. Today, obviously, we have the benefit of social media, and so that can be used to do it. I know there are some people that because Trump's name on it, they don't want to do it. But the reality is, as I say, as a financial advisor, I think it's advantageous to start these accounts and allow their family members to put money in and grow these accounts and teach this young person in time as they mature the value of saving money. Because young people, when they finish college and start the first job or they come out of high school, trade school, apprentice program, whatever the case is, boy, if they can save money in their 20s and 30s, it makes such a big difference toward retirement because that money has so much longer to grow. So, you know, I think that's what we should be doing. We can't spend a lot of money on it. There's no real direct benefit to the state necessarily. It's more of an indirect benefit to the state and our citizens to encourage people to participate.
Well, the other thing it does is it takes young people and enables them to buy in to the American dream, which is you see your money compound, you can get it tax-free, you can take it out at 18, put it in an IRA, buy a home, get a trade, whatever. And I'm going to go to Chris here. If you got any programs like this, like in DC, as bad as we are here, we're down 800 cops. 800. It's a lot, right? Trying to fix that. One of the things we're doing is if we get top cops in, people want to come here, there's an up to, get this, $80,000 bonus. Now you have to stay over time, right? You just don't get it, then you leave. So it builds over time. You have to stay a period of time as a DC cop, but that's a lot of money for somebody over a 4 or 5 year, I think it's a 5-year period. Could you guys do something similar to that in West Virginia to encourage young people to stay? Maybe have some kind of a program where over time, if you stay and work there, you get, some kind of an incentive to stop the brain drain that, for me, is the biggest issue you have. Chris.
So we did have a similar program, and I think Mike may have been in the Senate when this came to be, the Ascend West Virginia program, where we allow people to relocate back to West Virginia or even move to West Virginia as remote workers. And there is an incentive where they stay here so many years to get that kind of compensation. So we have a program on the books like that, but we could expand, to target specifically the young people of West Virginia, to your point. So when they graduate from WVU or Marshall, we keep them here instead of, like you said, and like Gino said, the brain drain, and we keep our young tradesmen here as well. But another thing we need to do on top of all of that is revamp our CTE programs as well. And I know I'm trying to attach something else onto this, but you have to create that opportunity. When we talk about attracting jobs here, one of the number one things we hear about is, do you have the trained workforce to meet it? So our CTE programs at our VOTEX and our high schools, and I want all of these high school kids to go through it, whether they're going to college or not. Every of these, also to keep the young here, is we graduate them right out of high school, already available to go work at a manufacturing facility with that skill set, or to go work in the gas fields or the coal fields, or they can go to college. But let's go ahead and already have them prepped for that as well. If you do that as a 1-2 punch, you have the incentive for them to stay, and you already have them ready to make a 100,000 a year job, and you give them the economic opportunity. I think if you combine those two things, we can keep our youth here, and we can end that problem permanently.
Well, $100,000 income in West Virginia, I got to be candid with you guys, is like $250 where I live in downtown Washington, D.C. I mean, you make $100,000 in West Virginia, you have a very nice lifestyle for you and your family. Okay, Rose, I was just made aware by Oliverio that you played college baseball. Where was that?
So I played college baseball at Bluefield State. I was a center fielder. It's not as big as where your son played at WVU, but it definitely gave me an opportunity to get my mechanical engineering degree, and it was a lot of fun.
So, Senator Oliverio, now that we find out he played baseball in college, shouldn't we rope him in to be one of our baseball analysis on the pregame shows and Godzilla Wins, Mike?
I think he might be able to be at least half as good as I am at that.
You were good. I got to tell you, we had a bunch of them. Height was good also. I think it was, Helton? I think Helton played ball.
Yeah. We had a great time with that. And I was just so excited. You know, I mean, I grew up in Morgantown. I went to WV baseball games on metal bleachers in March rain. And to see where this program has come, you know, I was a college kid coaching Little League baseball, and one of my players' dads was the head coach of the WV baseball team. So he would bring boys down from the WV baseball team to help my little leaguers, and I just had a relationship with the team for over 40 years, and it was so exciting. And you know, and I said last time, you know, when you had those 4 flags left on those giant flagpoles out in Omaha, and you saw that flying WV up there with the North Carolinas of the world, it was really exciting and gave all of us a great sense of pride. Now, none of those schools will ever be as good at rifle as we are with 21 national championships, but it was sure fun to compete at that level in baseball.
So, Rose, during football season, we have our West Virginia, our WV Sports Nation football pregame show. Don't you think you ought to be on that, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. And
Done.
So absolutely, I'd love to be on it. And actually, I used to coach high school football here in West Virginia as well. So, I mean, we used to play at Yeager High School, consolidated in Riverview, and went back and coached it. And we got a couple of state rings out of that, so I'd love to be on.
That's why I love the West Virginia Maverick Show. Not only do we talk about policy and politics, but I get to recruit pregame show celebrities for my network. Brilliant plan. Brilliant. Like, wait a minute. We're leaving out Gino. Gino, we'll get you in. Don't worry about it. Guys, we're out of time. I got to go. Look for Chris Rose on our first WVU football pregame show before their first game, whenever that is in September. Rose is going to be there. Mike, we'll get you and Gino in. We're going to start with Rose. Thanks, guys, for being with us.
Thanks, John.
See you guys.
Thank you, John.